In lust and right, digital night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Wires tangle, reality torn. There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, Saw dudes, welcome back. Another episode. Here we are again. I got my thinking juice for this evening. I think I might need it. I found another one in the fridge. Shh, don't tell anybody. Welcome back. More slop tonight? Yes. That's all we do here is fucking cover slop. Pyramid slop. As well as a signal leak of U.S. war plans, Eisenhower started alien cover-up, and JFK advisor claims UFOs shot down in 1962. That's a big deal. This music's a little loud. As beautiful as it is. Todd, Howard, hopefully you don't mind. I'm borrowing this soundtrack for the time being. Change things up, so you're gonna get slopped up, all right. Welcome, everybody. Bones, Will, Pambo, everyone else who may be watching. Oh, okay. There's in 5 minutes. Might be a new stream. Might be English translation of the 16th one. Oh, interesting. Okay. We'll jump onto that in a minute, I guess. Yeah. In the meantime, let me pull some shit up here. Pull some memes up. That's not what I meant to pull up. Oh, yes. I'm sure we'll be getting back to this. I've got some things pulled up about that a little bit later. Some more conversation on this. It's a big deal. I mean, you know, it could potentially be the biggest discovery in human history. So if it doesn't turn out to just be a bunch of horse shit, which I think last night we kind of figured out that it might not be. The question is their interpretation of the data correct? And that's where this is all going to hinge off of. But anyway, this is just stuff I pulled up and was going through my morning coffee, looking through things to talk about. And I saw this, and Joe had a massive influence in the American election. So, I mean...
Canada, get your shit together. Come back. Come back to what you used to be. That Pierre Polivier guy, however you say his name, that guy makes sense.
Does he? I don't know. So I'm going to vote for Pierre. Don't fuck this up, brother. We've got an election coming up. It's a big deal here. You know, Joe supposedly was going to do a UFC in Montreal, but he backed out of it because he's still pissed off with what Canada did through the whole trucker meme with Trudeau. He doesn't trust the Liberal government, I guess, here. So anyway, big deal that I just mentioned that. But maybe this will have some influence. Who knows? Who knows? I might have to go back to my fucking lo-fi beats, but this is very interesting background music. If you really don't know, this is Balmora in Morrowind. This is the music there. Anyway, whatever. Something else I saw, man, I just follow this. I think some of this people are just obviously on edge because the whole flu thing like really fucked things up. So people are just worried that it's going to happen again, right? DC on red alert as world's most infectious disease is detected. Essentially, TLDR, it's measles, is what it is. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, there's been some outbreaks. People have been vaccinating their children with this. Because people are hesitant around vaccines. Okay, this is driving me a little bit nuts. As much as I love Morrowind. There, that's better. That's a little more, like, consistent. There. Fuck, I don't know. I just saw this headline on Drudge. So, there was something else about the bird flu thing again. I don't even really want to fucking talk about it, honestly. I don't have to talk about it, but people are concerned. People are concerned. This is the news. I'm just going through the news, I guess. This is great. Javier, who's been making waves ever since he was elected president, prime minister. It's Argentina, yeah. President of Argentina. There we go. So this is what he said. We don't need to watch the fucking whole video. The global quarantines of 2020 should be considered a crime against humanity. The very institution allowed bloody dictators like Cuba and Venezuela to join the Human Rights Council without the slightest reproach. He just called up the UN to its face. He accused them of violating the very freedoms they were created to protect, and millions of us agree they used fear to destroy liberty. Absolutely. It was excessive. And specifically in Canada and New Zealand, it was very bad. And very prolonged. Anyway, good. Thank God. Someone's calling out these fucking idiots, finally. Yeah, it is a crime against humanity. It absolutely is. So was what Trudeau did with the trucker situation. The whole thing was, in my opinion, as well. But anyway, oh Christ, people call for violence. Anyway, to this, I just wanted to cover this. I wanted to go through this because everyone I was talking to in person was mentioning this, and it's all over the news. The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. Jeffrey Goldberg accidentally. The U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real. Then the bombs started falling. My. I talk to people in person. I do sometimes. Well, yeah. I will sometimes have conversation inside of this little box you find me in. But when they let me out of the box, I will sometimes try to. But, you know, not very frequently. Yeah. You've been in the box too long, brother. Listen, I hear you. Yeah, but this is just what's all over the fucking mainstream media right now, because, you know, essentially what happened is there is an app that people use when they want to have private conversation called Signal. Signal is an app that is secured. Supposedly, it can't be cracked, can't be hacked into. So a lot of people, I don't know, people probably, I mean, in government, usually, like if someone works in sensitive areas and they want to have conversations about what's going on, like with Chris Sharp with the drone situation, you know, that whole meme, for instance, people he was talking to on the ground there back in, you know, a couple months ago, usually what the conversations they're having, they're using Signal. Because I guess it's like an encrypted app. It uses your phone number. Anyway, I don't know how fucking secure it really is. personally am suspicious of it, but anyway. So this is where they were having these conversations, is on Signal. They had a Signal group talking about these war plans, which is, I guess, everyone has smartphones. It is advertised as like the place to go if you're going to have these kind of conversations. I'm still surprised they were talking about it on Signal, honestly, but anyway. Now, the weird thing to me about all this, I'll go through like what they said and whatnot, is who invited him in and like why was he there? That's the sus part, where you can't just join willy-nilly on these fucking app. Like, you have to be invited by an admin too, I believe, in the group. So it's kind of weird that this happened. I'm sure he explains that, maybe he doesn't. Here's some of the stuff that he'd said. People were talking about how they think JD Vance was talking down to Trump. I couldn't find that clip it, honestly. But they're just talking about, is he bailing Europe out again? Let's make sure our messaging is tight here. So they were talking about strikes on Yemen, on the Houthi, which I guess is a designated terrorist organization, who they've been holding up. They've been holding up ships. They've been attacking and taking ships for like the last year or so, I believe. And so they've been kind of a thorn in their side. So they decided to just bomb the shit out of them again. So anyway, yeah. Pretty crazy though. It is. I mean, some people, I saw Alex Jones is on here like downplaying it, and I mean, to some degree, it's not like this isn't like earth shattering or the way the media is trying to spin it, but I mean, it is kind of a big deal, really. But anyway, I'm assuming they've since kicked this gentleman out. Oh yeah, Houthi PC small group. Yeah, good job, Pete, and your team. And the weird thing too is that when you join, it will say that you've joined. So everybody in the chat would have gotten a notification that this guy joined. So you'd think they would have went, oh, this guy's a journalist for The Atlantic. Maybe we should watch what the fuck we're going to say, or be like, why the fuck's he in here? Right? Yeah. Even if you show the screenshot who invited you to this group, these motherfuckers will claim it was a glitch in the app. Oh, man. It's very sus. The whole thing's sus to me. Anyway, yeah, some people are going to harp on the massive security leak. They can't even keep this level of security. Ah, man, like, yeah, anyway, this is fucking, yeah, whatever. This isn't like, don't really need to talk about it too much. Anyway, Trump did nothing about it. Anyway, it's blah, 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 blah. Yeah, fuck. Significant buildup is happening in Diego Garcia. At least 5 USAF B-2 Spirits and 7 C-17 Globemaster 3s have arrived over the last 3 days and are currently en route to the island. For reference, Diego Garcia is a red pin on the map. Supposedly, maybe one of the places that MH370 was brought. If anybody had watched the documentary on Netflix, which I actually really enjoyed, there was an investigative journalist who put it together, and one of the theories was that I think it still had to do with some of the people, the team involved in the superconductor. But one of the theories was that it was hijacked and flown to this island. But that would implicate, obviously, the U.S. military and shit. Interesting. I wonder what they think is going to happen. Hendricks, what do they say is going to happen? Interesting. Maybe this is going to be for some kind of attack again in Yemen. Interesting. I don't know. Fucking, they've hit Yemen a couple times, man. I don't know what's left of that fucking country, man. Not a lot. Jesus. Yeah. Don't those threads show who creates a group and original members, and then also logs who adds who? In Signal, Bones, yes. In Signal, when you add somebody, it will update everybody in the group to who's been added. So, like, so they must have just ignored it? It doesn't make any sense. Or they just didn't know who he was and they assumed that he was vetted. But you would also, not just anybody can add people to the group. You can suggest people, I think, from what I recall. But an admin needs to add them. And once they're added, it'll notify everybody in the group. So it's kind of like, Like that meme, there's that meme of that fucking guy, the mafia guy, where he goes around the table pouring wine in people's cups. And when he wants to signal the table, like not to talk about anything, spicy, because he doesn't trust this guy. He pours the wine the other way. And everyone at the table's like, oh, like they know, right? You'd think that as soon as someone like this, anybody joined new in that conversation, they would just kind of shut up and then see who he is. But they must have just ignored it and kept having this conversation, which is really weird. Like the first thing you would do if you're having a conversation like that is you would Google the name of the person and be like, who is this person? Right? But they didn't do that. So that's where maybe some negligence is involved, where they were just kind of ignorantly just blabbing and not paying attention to anything going on in the group. And it's like, man, there could be fucking people there could be foreign adversaries in there. Like it's crazy shit, right? Like, anyway, what a meme. Yeah. So hopefully it's nothing. I'm assuming that might be to do with Yemen, considering its location, but they're going to continue strikes on the Houthis. Yeah. I saw this. What I saw actually was people freaking out about this on Twitter, but then people, have this has been cleared up. The reporter also said that there would be more coming out about this. Oh, about the leak, Hendricks, or about the buildup? Interesting. Well, because I was reading that J.D. Vance is like shit-talking Trump. And it's kind of weird that the vice president is in a signal group with other like members of the cabinet, but Trump's not involved. Like he must not use Signal, I guess. Like he doesn't use that app, or he wouldn't be allowed in there, obviously. But the vice president is, and he's like talking shit behind his back. And man, like, listen, I'm not one way or the other when it comes to these guys and girls, really. I mean, I like Tulsi Gabbard. That's about it. And RFK had, I think, some good ideas with trying to, make America healthy again. That's a great slogan. But you assume the signal comms, yeah. But J.D. Vance had talked shit about Trump for years. So I don't know why he chose him. If it's because he's younger, like he's like a millennial, that he thought maybe he'd be speaking to this younger generation a bit. I don't know, but it seems like there's still some animosity there, maybe, if it's true. Yeah, the infighting was inevitable. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like the whole Donald Trump. I mean, like he's just such a divisive character. Like, and just the shit he says and he does, and at the end of the day, he may have good intentions. At the end of the day, if you compare him to someone like Hillary Clinton or someone like some of these probably outright fucking psychopaths, like full blown psychopaths. Maybe Trump's on the spectrum to some degree, but maybe he genuinely has good intentions for the country. But he's so divisive, and he just doesn't think before he speaks. I just never really personally saw a lot of like leadership qualities in him. He's just like full on. He has this like very strong attitude. I think Jordan Peterson really put it. He's just kind of a bully. And so in some aspects, I think it works when he's dealing with some of these different leaders, like Putin, but I don't know if he's nuanced of a leader, but then, anyway, yeah, there's a cult following behind him, and I get it. And I get because he's trying to represent the average person. He wants to fight back corruption. He wants to expose corruption, all this shit. But man, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be the group, and Elon too, man. Like, I'm glad he's doing what they did with USAID. I'm glad they're still trying to push for this, because people who have fine brain cells are paying attention to what they're doing, and are grateful for it. But there's something about him too, man, that I don't know. They're all billionaires. They're all like in this different world from a lot of the general public at the end of the day now. And I think that makes me suspicious of them too, personally. I don't know how you guys feel, but like, I don't know. I hope they continue fighting for the common person, and I hope that's their honest intentions. But at the end of the day, like they're not. Like they're a part of it. They were playing a different game. So, anyway. Yeah, speaking of which, I guess this was one of SpaceX's fucking rockets. I mean, this is an old meme. I remember back, oh my God, what was it, like 2009 or some shit? It was in Norway, I think, like the Norway Spiral. And everybody on Above Top Secret, all Godlike Productions, all the conspiracy forums, the alternative thinking forums, maybe, were freaking out about this because I thought there was some big UFO event. And there was a guy on there, I still remember his name. His name was Phage. And I think he had a background in physics, but he was trying to explain to people that this was almost certainly a rocket that the Russians probably let off, right? Up in like the Arctic Circle or towards that area. And it just created a spiral, and it was a brilliant spiral, lit up the whole sky. And anyway, he tried to like explain that to people and no one wanted to hear it. And then it turned out actually it was a rocket that the Russians let off from a submarine. So, you know, not now, I mean, after that point in time, I was like, oh, okay, I think that makes sense, you know? So when you see things like this in the future, it's not like a portal opening and the Anunnaki aren't coming back through it, or it's not necessarily Skinny Bob. It's probably something up in the sky, like a rocket launch, right? So this is what it was. So I thought this was kind of fun. It looks beautiful. And, you know, if you had no idea what you're looking at, which, you know, I didn't at one time either, you'd be like, what the fuck is that? It looks crazy. And then you have to kind of, you know, have somebody actually explain to you what the fuck's going on. So anyway, yeah, cool shit. I thought it just looked brilliant. And obviously people were talking about it and freaking out about it. But here's the Met Office just explaining to people that no, this is a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. So anyway, yeah. What I mean. What a fucking meme. I'll probably go through some of this stuff because there's some of the stuff I think is kind of interesting, and then maybe we'll kind of get off to the pyramid stuff again. And there's another video I wanted to watch from Jesse Michaels I didn't get a chance to with Buddy from Area 52, which I have seen some clips of, and I kind of wanted to watch a little bit later. But anyway, this was I think this just got released again. So I don't know if Eric Davis has said this before, or if he's implied this before. But this is kind of a big deal. Again, now, this is more hearsay, but he's fairly convicted in this, and he's a very accredited guy. He's been involved in some shit. We know this from like the Wilson Davis memo, and anyway, I'll play the clip and let it play out here, but it pertains to Eisenhower, essentially creating a presidential emergency action directive to hide the existence of NHI from the public. So the question with this in ufology is like, where did the cover-up actually start? And what's been holding it up? Like what's been involved with keeping it locked up so tightly? And so this is kind of interesting. Let's play a little clip.
It's a kind of emergency executive order called a presidential emergency action directive. Yes. And, you know, we've had a number of people with intelligence community backgrounds who have argued or suggested that there are a number of these emergency action directives that have been written and then kept issued and then kept in secret that concern UAP and that have actually created something like a legal administrative framework for classified programs. So the question concerns, you know, can you say anything about the source you have for that information or why you're confident about that? And can you shed some more light on that?
There's no source for this information. I have security clearances with the intelligence community and the Department of Defense, so I see these presidential emergency action directives within that community on a classified basis. So I already know their history. The Brennan Center has a web page that mentions the PEAD. The PEAD is what we'll call it here. So this isn't source information. It's not a rumor. It's not a myth. It's factual, classified information. Although the PEAD itself is not classified by name or its existence, because the Brennan Center has already written something up about it on its website. So I think the question switched in front of me, so I couldn't answer. So I can't remember can you switch that question back to the first one? Yeah, there we go. So then the second part is, how confident am I that the PEAD exists? Well, it's 100%. Because Jim Semivan, who retired from the CIA back in 2017, 2016, 2015, or thereabouts. He knows all about the PEDs. And he has encountered those during the 30-plus year career that he had at the Central Intelligence Agency. And so the PEDs are well known. If you're in the intelligence community for a long time and you work up at high level, you'll see. I'm sorry, I just got flipped off my phone there. There we go.
Interesting. Okay. So again, like, what's the significance of this claim? I mean, obviously it's a pretty big deal now. I got ChatGPT to kind of give us a breakdown again. So there's another event that supposedly Eisenhower was involved with that we'll kind of go over here. In February 1954, President Dwight D. Eisenhower supposedly vanished during a trip to Palm Springs. Officially, it was for emergency dental work. Sus. Unofficially, he's said to have met with ETs at Edwards Air Force Base. Popular claims the Gray meeting. So this is, he reportedly met a group of Grays offering tech exchange in return for human abductions. That's the most popular theory. Another alien faction, the Nordics, allegedly warned him against dealing with Greys. The Greada Treaty, rumored agreement allowing abductions in exchange for advanced tech. Sounds like a bad sci-fi Netflix contract. Holy fuck Christ. Interesting. Yeah. So anyway, there's a briefing document, the MJ-12, alleged secret group created by Truman to manage alien tech. So he's involved in some conspiracies and whatnot. So if this is true, this is very interesting. So I thought I'd bring this up again because the Sol Foundation is releasing these conversations periodically on their website. And people have been listening through to them and picking out kind of spicy bits and pieces, but he's kind of doubled down on this take here and said pretty definitively, I've seen it with my own eyes, that it's 100% real. So there was a presidential emergency action directive, according to Eric Davis, who's a fairly accredited physicist, that Eisenhower hid the existence of UAPs in the NHI from the public. It was a directive to hide it. So that's pretty huge. Now, again, we don't have that ourselves, which is a problem always. But there is testimony from very, accredited, somewhat trustworthy people, I think, that these things exist. So kind of gets us back to, again, where did this all start? Like, where are we going with it too from here? So anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up because I saw that. I didn't know he had said that before, but that's very interesting. Very intriguing. I mean, obviously there's nothing about a Greada treaty there. Like there's no treaty about the government working with aliens, but I'd imagine if that were to exist, it would probably be far more classified. But still, a directive to cover up the alien presence. Again, a legitimate conspiracy against the American people. A claim again, right? So, yeah, just going through all the bullshit. Speaking of which, possibly. This is the other thing that I had pulled up here. I thought I'd kind of read through this article. Re-UFOs and shit. JFK advisor reveals U.S. Navy secretly shot a retrieved orb UFO during 1962 missile test. Now, we've gone over this guy before. I don't know. I mean, I think he's fairly credible. I don't know. But I'll just read through this here. So his name is Harold Malgren. I thought he died. Is he still alive? I guess he must be. An orb UFO was shot out of the sky and retrieved by the U.S. Navy during a 1962 missile test. A former top aide to 4 U.S. presidents revealed. So his name is Harold Malgren. He was senior advisor to JFK, Lyndon B. Johnson, Richard Nixon, and Gerald Ford. The retired government official said he was briefed by top CIA and Atomic Energy Commission officials on a videotaped missile test that took place during the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, during which a shocking UFO incident occurred. Malgren's daughter, economist Dr. Pippa Malgren, herself a former special assistant to President George W. Bush, revealed the details of her father's story on her blog last week. Yeah, I thought he died. After the veteran presidential aide passed away on February 13th, aged 89. She said before his death, her father had recently decided to tell his full story for the sake of history. Harold described a video of a missile test launched from October 25th, 1962, in which a mysterious white orb can be seen flying in circles around the rocket as it speeds through the air. The missile was equipped with what Pippa described as an X-ray machine in the nose cone, designed to use radiation to disable an incoming enemy nuclear missile. But the test missile's intense X-ray bursts appeared to disable the UFO too. Interesting. The X-rays knocked it out of the sky. The U.S. Navy retrieved the orb out of the ocean, Pippa wrote in her March 18th blog post, recounting her father's story. And it wasn't the first time an orb had been spotted chasing a U.S. missile, according to Harold. We called them tagalongs, Harold said, according to the blog post. We knocked a tagalong out of the sky. Pippa said her father was briefed in the incident because he was in charge of the budget for the missile testing program as a top White House and Pentagon official. Before my father recently passed away, he went on record explaining what he knew about all this because he felt it was important for the sake of history. Harold, who was active on social media site X, even in his final months, alluded to the incident in a tweet last August. 60 plus years ago, I was provided the highest level classification to lead DoD work on nuclear weapons and anti-missile defense. Informally briefed on otherworldly technologies by CIA's Richard Bizzle, who had been in charge of Skunk Works, Area 51, Los Alamos, etc., but sworn to secrecy. There he is. There you go. Well, I guess, said it on his deathbed. But, well, he made these posts on Twitter. Yeah, that's the other thing. I remember him on Twitter. And I thought that he died. But he made these claims, and like Ross Coulthard and everybody had retweeted them. Bissell briefed me off the record after his resignation as CIA Deputy Director Special Ops. He felt I needed a heads up in case the subject ever came up in my meetings with presidents or others. I swore secrecy to him, not under any law. Not under any law. How do you do that? Fucking blood oath? Pippa wrote on her blog that her father told her he was also briefed in 1963 by the then Regional Chief of Atomic Energy, Lawrence Preston Geese. Geese or Gice, however the fuck you say that, also happens to be the grandfather of Jeff Bezos. What the fuck? Billionaire founder of Amazon and space travel company Blue Origin. Isn't that interesting? It was at that meeting, Malcolm claimed, that he got his hands on a piece of the alleged otherworldly craft and had an out-of-this-world experience. He flew to Albuquerque to be briefed, Pippa wrote, adding Geese apparently received material from the crashed craft. He then, he kept them on his desk, handed them to my dad, and then asked him to describe how he felt. Dad said a voice began talking to him inside his head. That's all Geese wanted to know. What? Blip, what's up, dude? Hold on. What? So, Jeff Bezos' grandfather supposedly handed this guy here a piece of this crashed craft. And then once he got it in his hands, he asked him to describe how he felt. And he said a voice began talking to him in his head. Dad never recalled or would not say what the voice said. Apparently, he said some people interact with the materials and others don't. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, these ramblings of a man who's fucking, lost his mind or... Man, interesting. What does old Jeff Bezos know about this? That's fucked. Yeah, it's like a shard of a craft's consciousness. If it was a fantasy game, of course. If life was a fantasy game, brother. Are the crafts alive? Is that all it takes? There have been other people who supposedly recovered bits and pieces of the craft. I never mentioned that. Harold told his daughter that then President JFK and Vice President Johnson received their own raft of highly classified briefings about the incident. She claims it was this incident that spurred JFK's historic de-escalation talks with Soviet Union leader Nikita Khrushchev. I always forget how to pronounce his fucking name. Khrushchev, I think is how you say his name. The reason JFK reached out to Khrushchev and commenced arms limitation talks was because he made aware by America's top government scientists that UAPs were appearing and even being brought down in anti-ballistic missile tests. Interesting. Specifically, JFK was briefed in 3 locations. At Los Alamos. Okay. That was but another missile test. Okay. He confirmed that we were not alone in this universe. My father confirmed to me that we learned something from the UFO crashes. So we learned that these strange craft were susceptible to X-rays. That was another reason we were testing X-rays at high altitudes. The extraordinary story is partially backed up by government records, dug out by former Australian intelligence official turned UFO researcher Jeff Cruikshank, and published last December on UFO news site Liberation Times. Interesting. Going over these X-ray weapons designed to disable missile reentry vehicles by causing intense heat and internal damage. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's a hell of a fucking claim, you know, on his deathbed, supposedly. I remember he had posted on Twitter, and people were like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? I had no idea who the fuck he was. And I guess it was shortly before he died. And then he died in February. But yeah. Very intriguing. Anyway, more stories. Typical fucking shit, you know? Just more fucking stories, man. I don't know. Yeah. Do not fucking know. Anyway, it's one of the things that I was hearing about, so I thought I'd go over it. You know, I don't know. It's kind of like what Jacques Vallée said recently in a fucking interview, but he's like, what we're really going to need is somebody to put their neck in the chopping block here. And I don't blame people for not wanting to do that, but somebody's going to have to do something if people want to actually know with conviction what the fuck's going on. There's going to have to be like a WikiLeaks type fucking incident with some of these, you know, and some of these older documents, man, there would be no reason why. I mean, there'd obviously be repercussions, but in terms of compromising national security now, there'd be no way it would. If they leaked like an older document from the fucking 50s, the 40s, the 60s about, you know, crash retrieval and bodies recovered, like I think there'd be very little reprisal for that too. So I just don't know what the fuck is going on. Like with that, man. Anyway, I thought I'd bring this up. What else do I have up here? I got a couple things. I'll probably go over this later. It's kind of related to this, but obviously the main meme. Just something Chris said, though, I wanted to pull up. The alleged Immaculate Constellation has been described to me as a mechanism for filtering UAP-related information designed to contain its dissemination within narrow channels of the DoD and intelligence community, thereby preventing broader exposure, potential panic. Containment. Yeah, so that was brought up recently in the hearings with Lou Elizondo and, you know, Tim Gallaudet, etc. So, anyway, yeah. Let's put that up there anyway. Listen, I mean, what's really going on still, and I'm going to get to some of this stuff after, as much as I don't really want to. I saw this just got released by Jeremy, and then this is something I wanted to watch too a little bit later. But what's really still going on, and what everyone's talking about, and everyone probably wants to hear about, is still the pyramid slop that's going on, right? That people are still reaching in this bucket, and there's still some stuff left in the bucket, I guess. And I get it. I mean, it's an important, potentially, again, if this turns out to be true, this is the biggest discovery in human history. This is our reckoning with an advanced civilization from here or from somewhere else. But that's what this would mean. And this is obviously the claim that was made by a chemist and a couple other scholars, one guy who's an expert, a PhD in this SAR imaging technology in Italy, that they discovered these giant structures under the middle pyramid, Khafre's pyramid at the Giza Plateau. So, you know, I mean, people are still going over this. There's some other things that have been released. There's some other, which we kind of found out about last night. I guess I haven't looked at them, but there's some other data that came out supposedly that I know some people have been talking and memeing about. So I thought I would kind of go over that. But anyway, here's Jimmy's takes. I mean, I've followed Jimmy's stuff for quite a while. He had this YouTube channel called Bright Insight. He'd make these fun videos on things like Atlantis, the story of Atlantis, the origin. I mean, I know the origin story of Atlantis. I've gone through all that ad fucking nauseum. Even before I streamed, like I knew about it. So anyway, but I enjoy the content. I enjoy people like making content on this and thinking about it and having conversation about it and coming at it from different angles, because, you know, none of us really know the truth in regards to this. Yeah, so let's see what Jimmy thinks about this. Remember when Mr. Beast went swimming in the Oasis shaft deep in the bedrock of the Giza Plateau? Well, this single-handedly and inadvertently debunked the recent pyramid discovery that's gone viral. The technology utilized is synthetic aperture radar, which operates by emitting microwave signals and subsequently measures via reflection. And that's a problem. Water strongly absorbs and scatters these microwaves, meaning it cannot penetrate deep into a water column. Yet the alleged discovery claims massive columns extending an astonishing 2 kilometers below the surface. But notice how the discovery mentioned absolutely nothing about Giza's well-known water table aquifer. The entry depth of this water table varies, but on average, it is approximately 15 meters, 49 feet below the surface, and extends hundreds of feet down. In other words, the SAR technology is incapable of producing the deep subsurface results that were claimed. Simply put, the water is in the way. I'm calling this one debunked. I would like to thank the excellent research of Matt Sibson. Who's Matt Sibson now? Historical writer, researcher, for reminding everybody of Giza's aquifer. Lastly, I'm still calling on further study and excavation of the bedrock. Interesting. So, I mean, now this is no, he isn't. That's exactly it, Will. Yeah. This is incorrect, actually. Now, the part about the aquifer could be interesting, and that could possibly explain the strange signals, but that's not what they did. And that's, again, I don't blame people for not knowing this, because the only way I was able to find this information was by getting ChatGPT to do deep research for 25 minutes, and they must have found a transcript of the conversation in Italian that happened recently on the YouTube video. But essentially, one of the guys that's involved with this project, right? So what they did, and not many people have mentioned this, they used a military-grade satellite, which meant that it was a military satellite from the Italian government, the Italian military, that has this SAR capability on it. And this guy, I think his name is Giordi, is his last name. He is an expert with this technology. He's a PhD in it. He's well published in it. What he was experimenting with was using another technique within the SAR technology to, I think through vibration, potentially get results deeper into the ground. So baseline, no, you can't go deep into the ground with this technology. But by carefully playing around with it, he may have discovered a way to go deeper at certain sites that would allow this. So this site of Giza, they say, responded well to this technique. So this is a new technique that they were playing around with that supposedly allowed them to go deeper down. Now, ultimately, the aquifer, maybe it scattered the signal, but that's when we're going to have peer review by their experts in this field really look into this further, right? But that's essentially what's going on. So that's not the case. It's like, yeah, the technology utilized, the problem is that it absorbs and scatters these microwaves. It cannot penetrate deep into a water column. Well, he didn't describe the technique he was utilizing here, which is not known by really anybody. This is his own kind of little trick he was trying as an expert in this field. And that's something that people, I mean, again, there are some people that don't want this to be true, right? They don't want, now Jimmy's not one of these people, I think. Jimmy's well open to any possibility. But there are people out there who are trying to put this down because they just genuinely don't want it to be true, I think, if it turns out to be true. There are people out there that are obviously in the fence, but again, this is, it's complicated, it's nuanced. I don't know what the fuck was going on. You know, the first thing I'm going to look at is, are these a bunch of Jim Bobs, right? Are these just fucking some guys and girls that don't really know what they're doing, that fucked around with something they don't really understand? No, that's not the case. One of these people is like one of the leading authorities when it comes to this kind of technology, this SAR technology, this synthetic aperture radar. So he's well aware of the limitations of it. And what they got here was essentially a result, again, of some advanced imaging technique. So that changes this story, right? I mean, now again, it still has to be peer reviewed. Unfortunately, the problem with that process, and this is supposedly the issue that happened back, because they did this again in 2022 with the Great Pyramid, Khufu's Pyramid, whoever's fucking pyramid it actually is, at the Giza Plateau, the Great Pyramid, where they found new structures within it, supposedly. And that hasn't really been independently verified because the satellite they use to get this data is restricted to the general public. You have to apply to be able to use it. And he's obviously one of these leading authorities. So somebody else would have to apply to allow to be used his technology to go and try and replicate the results. And supposedly no one's really even done that. So they're skeptical of the technique that he's employing. But the technique he's employing is new. The question is the technique real? Like, does it work? And then, we're left at this unfortunate crossroads potentially again, where, are people going to be able to peer review this properly? And I don't know if they're going to, which is unfortunate because we want to get to the bottom of this. Now at the end of the day, I am personally, and we'll kind of go over this here for the next hour and a bit. I'm personally skeptical that even if they had a couple experts with this technique come to the conclusion, yes, those look like artificial structures, I'm skeptical that the Egyptian government would even allow them to do some kind of excavation project like that. The people you really need to convince that this is real are the Egyptian government and Zahi Hawass. Although I don't think he's officially involved with this anymore. But you need to convince the right people that would allow you to do a deeper dive into this. And there's a lot of issues with this, and there's a lot of pushback. Anyone that knows this area or knows the stories around it knows Robert Schoch's problems that he had with the Egyptian government doing these kinds of experiments. There is definitely, especially when Zahi, I think, was involved with I don't know if he's Minister of Tourism, I forget what his official title was, but they're very hesitant to have people come on site and perform these experiments with the intention of maybe attributing this site to somebody other than the Egyptians. If this is true, the Egyptian people did not do this. Unless the Egyptian people at one time were extremely advanced and went through a terrible cataclysm and forgot everything. But there's no fucking way they did this. That's not even an accurate representation of how far down that goes. It's unimaginably deep. So, yeah. Minister of Antiquities. Hands are cold. Fuck it. Thanks, man. Yeah, he's Minister of Antiquities. Yeah. So are we going to get to the bottom of this? I'm very skeptical. My bet is that this leaves the news cycle. Rowan, what's up? My bet is that this leaves the news cycle at some point because I just don't think we're going to. So I'll go through some of the other posts here about this. That's kind of unrelated. That's also for a little bit later. So we'll go over Jay's video. He just released this last night, and it was kind of relevant to what we were talking about, so I thought I would bring it up. First thing, holy shit, check out this quote from Zahi Hawass. The former Minister of State of Antiquities Affairs in Egypt from back in 1996. There it is right there, actually. So who got to him? Who made him change his story? Because now he is in the bunker of these ideas saying there is nothing to see. Why? Well, this is 1996. There are secret tunnels under the Sphinx and around the pyramids which will prove to carry many secrets of the building of the pyramids. Well, that's a good question. It could be that they have made discoveries, and these discoveries suggested very strongly, again, that this site ultimately wasn't attributed to the Egyptian people. And Zahi is going to be beholden to the Egyptian government, and he maybe even just doesn't want to come to terms. He just wants to keep this kind of as an Egyptian meme himself because he's probably a patriotic gentleman. Maybe they made discoveries that changed their mind and they don't want to get into this, right? Again, for people that don't know, Robert Schoch, who pretty much officially redated the age of the Sphinx, which throws all of Egyptology into chaos, all their dating, which again, their dating is based on scholarly research. There's a lot of problems when you get into trying to date things from scholarly research. I know that a little bit from looking at the Exodus, where you get into firm datings on when did the Exodus happen. It's you look at there's no such thing as hard data when it comes to that. There are fucking stories when it comes to this. And then people speak with conviction that, oh, you said it happened 3,400 years ago. It's well, how do you know that for sure? They don't. That they're based on fucking stories. So when you're dealing with some of these scholarly narratives, they can't speak with that level of conviction. So if someone comes along who's a scientist that has found hard data suggesting that this site is much older than they say it is, I'd take a second look at my fucking work and I'd say, shit, It's pretty hard to go up against hard science here with these scholarly dates, right? Because a lot of them don't really hold water. So that's where they already are at. This already happened back fucking, oh my God, almost 30 years ago now, that Robert Schoch kicked them in the nuts, essentially. So he also found a chamber under the right paw, which an American psychic 100 years prior had called was going to be there, and said that who built this site put documents under that paw in that chamber pertaining to, like, you know, who these people were. So maybe they did dig that up. I don't know. But again, that's the craziness, where the official narrative is they didn't. So there's chambers under the Sphinx they haven't approached. Like, why? What are you trying to do? Like, what's your intention here? That's who you're dealing with, for people that don't know. We should Srab bring the term Egyptian people for those who lived in ancient Egypt. The people who are now Egyptian people are a result of mixed peoples. They're not pure ancient Egyptians. We should stop embracing. Oh, man, yeah. Well, that's true, though. That's true, I guess. There's quite a mix, right? I mean, there's a mix of a lot of people that live there, yeah. Anyway, at the end of the day, I mean, what we want to get to is the objective truths, always. Like, we're not about their truths. We're about the objective truths. What's objectively true? What actually happened, right? I mean, that's really what you want to get to. You have to be willing to, like, it might get uncomfortable for some of these people. It might get weird. And, you know, this find has implied maybe it does. And listen, it's already fucking weird. Like, when you go through the Giza Plateau, you go through the Great Pyramid, go watch some of Chris Dunn's videos on it from years ago. I mean, you can listen to some very accredited people in engineering and machining go through the inside of that pyramid and, like, go through with protractors the level of precision employed there. And they'll tell you that there's no fucking way a Bronze Age civilization was that precise. So, you know, it's already there out for people to see. It's just a group of people don't want people to see it. This happens. It's unfortunate. It happens in academia. It happens in all these disciplines where, like in geology, even, where these proponents of these ideas hold sway. They hold the power. There's a power structure, and that doesn't crumble and change until they literally die. They go to the grave because they don't want to jeopardize their power structure that they're standing on top of. I mean, when you're 85 years old and you spent your whole life, you know, building this theory, do you want some guy to come and kick that out from under you in your dying days? I mean, I'm going to bet, due to the human ego on a lot of people, they fucking do not. It'll be 3,400 years ago, 2,000 more years in the future, 3,400 years forever, brother, yeah. Hey, I just got here from the slop. Did you already serve it? So you're brought into this now. You seem to be more convicted in it. No, not really. I mean, the only reason why we're convicted in this terrain beast, I guess, or potentially there's something to this, is because I didn't know that one of the guys involved is a PhD, is one of the leading experts with synthetic aperture radar, so SAR data. So this wasn't just a group of, like, Ancient Aliens fans that went and did this. One of the guys is a leading expert, and the technique he used is something that no one else has really employed. So it's a little bit different than what some of the detractors were trying to paint this picture as, like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. Well, no, but it's unfortunate, but there aren't going to be a lot of people that can debate this with this guy. That's the problem. Like, there's going to be a very small group of people that are going to have to peer review this. And yeah, the Egyptian government emotionally blackmails people when it wants to keep attributing to the Egyptian people the work of ancient Egyptians. Do they? Well, I know I've heard claims of that, Malibu, yeah. And Robert Schoch, although I think he's probably on good terms with them now, again, he's a scientist and he's after the data. What does the data suggest, right? He doesn't care who built this, right? And people have attributed, same thing with the giant stories, like in the East Coast US. It's like people will try and be like, oh, that's white supremacy. It's like, no one cares. At the end of the day, the data, like, no one today is trying to suggest that the Native American people were, you know, lesser than anybody else, right? There were some idiots in the past. At the end of the day, we're going after what the data says. If there was another group of people, that's all we care about. In trying to align people that are trying to get to the truth with, like, Nazis and white supremacists, It's just disingenuous, and it's just ad hominem attack. You're attacking people. You're not attacking their ideas. Fuck off. Like, yeah. Isn't it published in Nature? Even this? I don't think this is published yet, Blip. I don't think, you mean the recent finding? I don't think it's been published anywhere. Their last finding was published, but not in a reputable, not like a journal, like not like a Nature, no. It was published kind of in there's some journals, so there's like journals, there's like open source journals you can publish. So like I right now, who just have an undergraduate degree, I don't have an advanced degree in philosophy, right? I could publish a paper in an open journal about whatever the fuck, right? And it'll just end up there. And that it doesn't really mean anything. What matters is if you publish, you submit it for peer review first, is typically how it goes. And then you end up getting published in like a reputable philosophical journal. Like that will mean something. You'll be like, oh my God, yeah, I got published in X, Y, and Z, journals. Like Nature would be one example, right? Where you could get this, yeah. Yeah, so the first paper they did in 2022 didn't end up in any like reputable journal that would be dealing with archaeology or geology, or it was just an open source. Now, that doesn't mean that the data is lesser than or not worth as much, but it kind of speaks to the fact that nobody really did like peer review. There are people that ended up doing some peer reviewing or tried to, but it's like that, it would have been a bigger deal. Like if this got published in something like Nature, essentially they would have went through all the hoops, and then it would have just been like, we would have had a huge headline. But that's why we don't have that. They haven't published anything about this recent finding. No. There's just literally been a talk on a very small YouTube channel that get locked behind a paywall. So initially I thought, horseshit. This is horseshit. But then we started digging through the story, and I was like, oh my fuck, guys, why did you do this? Because they're not. They are fairly accredited people involved. So, and I'll let Jay talk about this for a minute, because he'll kind of break through this a little bit. And it was unbelievable. I could not believe the hate he was getting in the comments of people calling him a retard, calling him a fucking idiot, calling him like a worthless fool and all. I was like, who are these fucking people, for God's sake? Like, I was like, he's just trying to figure, I understand people are frustrated with him because he posts like woo-woo shit sometimes, but like, fuck off. Like, I was like, that's just so irresponsible. Anyway, I'll play the video here and he'll try and explain what
there
this
has
is
been
about.
a lot of surprise and shock and skepticism, all of which is understandable in relationship to the Kaffa project and the claimed findings on the Giza Plateau and the Kaffa Pyramid regarding these substructural engineering components that go deep into the ground and potentially across the Giza Plateau in general. Like I said, a lot of skepticism, and I was very excited when these claims first came out. That video has since gone extremely viral, even featuring on Joe Rogan. But there's actually been a lot of updates from the team over in Italy. They've now released the 4-hour press conference where they go through all of the details of their findings. You can
in
find
Italian.
a link to that in the description box below. It is currently in Italian, but they are working on getting an English dub version out in the next couple of days. I highly advise all of you go and watch that 4-hour presentation, but if you want to get a kind of too long, didn't read rundown on it, this is what I'm going to give you right now, so just pay attention. And I'm also going to highlight some of the critiques that have been going on and why they may not hold up to scrutiny in the face of the kind of technology that's being deployed here. So there's been a lot of critiques, and I mean a lot of critiques, including coming from the mainstream media and the mainstream academic sector, about direct EM penetration and ground penetrating radar, how there is no ground penetrating radar that can go 2 kilometers into the rock. And that's absolutely right. But that's not what's being claimed by the team. The team is not claiming that SAR technology, which stands for synthetic aperture radar, they're not claiming that SAR is penetrating 2 kilometers of rock. Instead, their method proposes that SAR technology is detecting secondary surface deformations caused by deep mechanical resonance, not direct EM wave reflections, right? So they're picking...
Which was intentional, though. That's a caveat here, I think, where they were intentionally trying to test this to see if it would work. They weren't anticipating they were going to find this. They'd fucked around before with the Great Pyramid, Khufu's pyramid. So they went over to Khafre's pyramid to check this thing out. They weren't anticipating they were going to find this. Jay Anderson clearly goose steps and throws out Roman salutes while oppressing vulnerable native communities and burning small portions of endangered native trees. That's essentially what they're saying, Golf. Yeah, that's essentially, they're just coming at him for, I don't even know fucking, I have no idea why. Like,
However,
Blonde AI, thank you for the follow. I have no fucking idea why the hate. There's so much hate in the world. I just, fuck, people stop. Like, yeah.
Up on resonances
Fuck.
coming from underground structures and measuring that acoustic resonance, that reverberation. It's not penetrating deep into the ground.
This guy looks like a mega idiot. Who, Jay?
Is typical for these systems.
I don't think he is. Is he? Is he supported Trump? I have no idea.
And uses that to model what could
I think
be
he's a pretty
underneath
good
the
guy.
ground, causing these reverberations. SAR technology already measures surface definition.
I don't really know. I don't really follow him that deeply. So I have no idea. I know he posts kind of like some woo stuff. He's a red. He's in the UK, isn't he? I don't know who he is. I do follow him. I have really only seen his posts more recently with this stuff, to be honest. But yeah, he looks like I think he looks fine. Well, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He looks okay. He's got like the silver flow going. So yeah, we don't want to start the hate. Like we just gotta chill out. There's no need for hate. He can be a little pretentious, though, can't he? I saw people were saying he blocks people a lot. Yeah, he blocks people, which I don't ever do on like these sites. I'll mute people if they're like saying things that are outwardly like racist and like ridiculous and shit. But I don't try to block people outright. But I don't really communicate with people on Twitter either. So if someone messages you every day calling you a bitch, you're probably gonna get frustrated enough you're gonna block them at some point. But yeah,
Formations within millimeter scale precision using interferometric techniques, also known as INSAR. That's how we monitor earthquake zones and volcanic inflation. If there were deep voids beneath the Giza Plateau, which are resonating, the surface could experience these subtle periodic displacements, like detectable energy that would be picked up through the SAR technology. Through the phase-sensitive Doppler processing. So SAR doesn't actually need to penetrate the rock directly, it just needs to detect surface effects caused by subsurface resonance, right? So anything that's below ground, that's a large structure, especially, and we're going to get into the reasons why the Giza Plateau might be one of the most interesting places in the entire world to find this type of anomalies and structures. So when they're picking up on these reverberations,
I think Jay looks fine. Yeah, we don't need to spread hate around on people. Like positive vibes.
Like scans the surface, not the depth, and picks up on the reverberation, which it's able to model. It's able to figure out through very, complex computational algorithms, the model of what exactly is reverberating under the ground. Now, the Giza Plateau specifically is geophysically unique. Limestone and granite are known for their acoustic and piezoelectric properties. Limestone and granite make up the majority of the Giza Plateau. Now, granite contains high quartz content, which responds to mechanical stress by generating electric fields, which is also known as piezoelectric effects. Piezoelectric, naturally induced, naturally created electricity. Resonant voids underground within the Giza Plateau could actually stimulate mechanical stress in these piezoelectric geoenergetic rocks, these piezoelectric materials, limestone and granite, which would create these surface-coupled oscillations through the piezoelectric effect. Now, the pyramid's precise geometry could actually enhance wave reflection and standing wave formation, essentially acting as a mechanical amplifier for deep resonance. Are you still following me? In other words, Giza's geology and construction actually create the ideal conditions for deep mechanical resonance to couple into surface level oscillations, which can then be picked up by the SAR technology. So this is actually really interesting because low frequency seismic waves
Amen, Fish.
and
I agree, brother.
resonant waves would survive potentially for kilometers underneath the ground, depending on the geological structure. So if there are deep voids that are in some way geometrically tuned to natural frequencies like Helmholtz resonators, they could sustain coherent resonant oscillations that transfer energy up to the surface. So the surface response could then be detectable as a consistent micro Doppler shift in the SAR technology. Mechanical resonance propagating through dense rock via piezoelectric coupling bypasses a lot of the issues that a lot of the critiques are trying to come up with in regards to attenuation and scattering, which are problems faced by direct EM waves, but not with the Doppler technology being deployed through the SAR surface level scanning. This is all very, very interesting, and I won't pretend to be a technical wizard on a lot of this. I've been doing research, trying to understand the SAR technology, and I'm listening to the experts that are talking about this in relationship to the way in which this is being deployed on the Giza Plateau. It's very unique. It doesn't seem to be what a lot of the critics are assuming it to be, which is just a basic use of ground-penetrating radar and the assumption from the team that GPS...
No, but to be fair to them, to be fair to the critics, none of this has been laid out properly. So again, all they did was they did a press conference. The press conference wouldn't have been published anywhere, but they're friends with this lady who has a small YouTube channel, and they allowed her to publish it on her YouTube channel behind a paywall. And then this caught, people's attention, obviously, when they saw the slides of like, what the fuck? Like, what? So they haven't even published the paper yet. So, I think what they've had to do is people have gone through and they've since released the press conference, as Jay had mentioned. And so people have gone through who are Italian, I guess, and deciphered it and translated it, transcribed the conversation. And now we know what they were kind of doing. So they were employing the gentleman involved here. Biordi is an expert with SAR. Again, he used a military satellite to do this, and you have to apply to get time on that. He's a professor at a university in Italy. It's how they did it. So, I think this was ultimately an unintentional find. They did this before to try and find new chambers in the pyramid. They're just fucking around with this new technology to see what it can do. They happened to get this result, and from this gentleman's expert opinion, this is what's interesting. From his opinion, looking at the data, it looks like there's structures underneath the pyramid down 2 kilometers. And beyond that, there's not just these spiral structures, but there's also these 2 chambers below it as well, way at the bottom. So this isn't, again, like Jim Bob just being like, I looked at the data and ChatGPT told me there's these fucking pillars underneath the pyramid. It's like, no. This is one of the leading experts in the field. That's what I didn't understand either. Because I looked at this and I said, well, probably fucking bullshit. Like, it's behind a fucking paywall on a small YouTube channel. Like, what the fuck is this? But anyway.
Can somehow go 2 kilometers underneath the earth and scan buildings with incredible accuracy. That's not the claim that's being made by the team. It's the subsurface acoustic resonance that's being picked up from these deep structures that is then coming up to the surface and being scanned by the SAR system, okay? I hope you guys are all with me right now. I know it's a pretty technical and complex thing. I'm trying to get my head around it, but it's not going away.
We're not going to get our heads around it, Jay. It's a problem, brother, I guess.
Automatically right away by these critics. There is a lot more to this than a lot of these people are letting you know about. So SAR measures backscattered electromagnetic waves.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of people that are calling bullshit on this. I'm like, guys, none of these people know what the fuck any of this means either. I mean, anybody in archaeology isn't really going to have the background to know what the fuck is going on with this either. You're going to, the guy doing this is a hyper specialist in this area. You're going to have other people they're going to have to get all the data. I don't understand people putting this down. I mean, I kind of do because there's no data out on it. But at the same time, it's like, just withhold that level of judgment, like temperance, for Christ's sake. Think before they speak a little bit. And it's engagement farming. People like, Jay are doing this maybe, but they're just talking about it. I don't fucking know. Who cares? Yeah. So what's first? The Atlanteans, place your bets. Man, if this is real, it's definitely advanced, at minimum advanced civilization. Yeah. Or advanced civilization. Sorry. It's minimum advanced civilization. There's no fucking way. And you're into woo. Well, it's not woo anymore if this turns out to be real. I mean, which again, for people that have been following people like Chris Dunn, with the whole plateau, it's a weird, contrary to what some of these scholars are telling you, it's a weird fucking place. So, you know, it's already indicative of probably some advanced construction methods. We just haven't come to terms with that because there isn't a lot of evidence for how they did it. So, you know, don't you see, Jimothy, they harnessed technology invented by the German Nazi Party in 1944 in an attempt to commit genocide against any non-Aryan people living under the pyramids. Fuck. And again, like, that's where some of these people in archaeology are going. Like, you have to know the history on some of these arguments. Not everybody does, but, you know, this idea of this lost race of advanced people has been invoked by some fucking psychopaths through history. And like Hitler tried to align the German, you know, Bavarian people with this lost race himself, right? And he called them the Aryans. It was based on a fictional novel back in the late 1800s, you know, but the idea wasn't necessarily fiction. The idea was out there and people were talking about it because Plato's translations of Plato's works and dialogues were floating around through that time. People were reading about Atlantis and the Cretaeus and the Timaeus. So, and there were people in Theosophy who were like kind of the woo-woo people back then who were talking about this shit. Yeah. Anyway, you know, it's what it is. Yeah. Aaron, what's up, man? Yeah. You had to permit German Nazi there. It's interesting. People have to understand history. It's the thing. Like, I'm not a fan of like banning books and shit like that, like Mein Kampf. Like, people have to read and understand who these people are and like what they believed and why they believed it and how they got to the point that they did. I mean, if you don't allow that, then what's going to happen is it's going to happen all over again, right? It needs to be talked about. Like
seismic waves, but SAR interferometry, INSAR, that's the abbreviation, INSAR, is already used to detect microscale surface displacements that are caused by earthquakes and tectonic
and they're
shifts.
just sketched by the advertisers. It's all money, man. Yeah.
Would come from the surface deformation caused by deep mechanical resonance, not the resonance itself. And Doppler-based SAR is already sensitive enough to detect ground deformation caused by magma chamber inflation, tiny tectonic shifts before earthquakes, and ocean surface currents and even atmospheric pressure waves. So if SAR can detect these subtle mechanical shifts, it's actually plausible that deep resonance-induced surface coupling could register as a Doppler shift, and Doppler-based SAR is sensitive to noise. Yes, a lot of the critics are saying that the Doppler-based SAR is sensitive to noise, you know, picking up artifacts and noise that isn't actually representative of something actionable or real. But consistent periodic signals are far easier to extract from noise using statistical and signal processing techniques. This is where the algorithms come into play, the AI integration, using these new technologies that weren't available in 2022 to do these new studies and analyze data in a completely different way. If the surface oscillations are tied to a resonant frequency, like a consistently repeating oscillation over time, they would stand out against this random noise that tends to be picked up by SAR. And that's what the team are claiming that they are seeing with these images that are now coming out from the new conference, which have got higher fidelity in terms of the scans of the subsurface structures of the Kaffa pyramid. And as you can see on the screen right now, what you're seeing is a pretty pronounced spiraling structure coming down from the base of the pyramid. So obviously this does need to be tested and peer-reviewed and cross-referenced.
Yes, we know that. We'll get back to the video here in a second. I just want to see, this guy fuck Twitter. Okay, hold on. That's not what I wanted to see, though. People. Oh, Jesus Christ. Postdoc. No, that's not him. Based in Pisa, Italy. That's a doctor. Doctor. Would he put doctor in his name? No, he did not. Fuck. I wonder if he had Twitter. If he could like literally message this guy. Oh my fuck. There's a lot of Filippo Biondis and fucking Professor Universito. But who the fuck, in what? I don't fucking. Oh, dear Christ. Anyway, no, he probably doesn't. I was just wondering if you could like actually ask, because you know, all the experts are going to be like, oh, well, yeah, there's these inconsistencies here and this could be this. It's like, what does the fucking guy think? He's an expert himself. Like, what's his retort to these people? Is he not on social media defending this, or they're probably too busy actually just trying to get this paper out, honestly?
A lot of scientists, but I don't think it's fair to just completely dismiss these findings based on, quite frankly, what seem to be assumptions from critics that these people are deploying a very standard ground-penetrating radar GPR system and platform and claiming that that's penetrating deep into the rock. It's not penetrating deep into the rock. That's not what they're trying to claim. They're not claiming the impossible. And again, the thing about the Giza Plateau is it's geophysically unique in terms of what it's made out of.
Yeah, so this ground-penetrating tomography uses algorithms to extrapolate predictive data, just like COVID modeling. Oh, brother, fuck. Oh, that's just some shaky ground there. PCR tests don't work. So no, I don't think so. No, not quite, Golf. I don't know if we don't know what the fuck we're talking about with this technique. Essentially, ChatGPT last night gave us a breakdown that it's using vibration. They're essentially, they are extrapolating out some of the data, but there's another technique that they've employed here. So you're being facetious. Okay. Yeah. I kind of got that. Yeah. But the actual technique is to do with, there's something with the SAR that they're using, and in the right areas where they can hone in on vibrations, they can kind of infer what might be below the surface. Depending upon how the level of vibrations, it could go down really far. And because of the area, they were able to go down stupidly far. Like they were able to go down like 2 kilometers. And then they happened to get a reading that their structures down that far. So somebody in the YouTube live stream made an interesting point. Not publishing scientific articles is a way to protect yourself. If they published them, you would be dead. Fuck. The 3 of them are on this live stream that started discussing this will be the next vid the content creators dive into. Is it in English, Will, or no? I know you linked it. Yeah. Let me just pull it up. So here it is on the side. Oh, it's live right now. Oh, so there's Felipe Biondi right now. Where's Corrado Malanga, the guy in the top left, was the chemist who he's not just in a PhD, but he worked for the university for 35 years. He's well published. And he's also a very prominent ufologist in Italy. And so that's where people were first honing in on. But some of these other guys on the team, I don't know who some of these other people are. But at least Felipe Bonde is one of these experts who got this data. Very, very interesting. Okay. Well, you have to wait for this to be translated, I guess, unfortunately. But yeah. Yeah. There's UFO in that big pic. Yeah, there is, isn't there? Yeah. I saw that. Right there. You can see it. Drone, probably. Yeah. It's kind of similar to the LiDAR they used in the Amazon to show the massive old cities. You remember when they happened, people were trying to rubbish the tech they were using. Yeah. Except this time it's going down deeper. Yeah. Edge, what's up, dude? Ask him in chat. Yeah, maybe we should. Where the fuck is it right now? Oh, you motherfuckers. Subscribers only. Subscribe. Only channels 5 minutes or longer can send messages. We have to wait 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. See if we can ask Felipe a question. And I'm sure he's already been asked this, but what is his response to the critics on this data? Like, how convicted are you in this data? Right? So, that's not Italian. I have a Chrome live translation thing going, oh, Jesus, oh, wow. I'm not directly reading the transcript just yet. YouTube will give a proper transcript soon. Okay, nice. When it does, let me know. We'll also feed it into ChatGPT. We'll translate it, and we'll ask ChatGPT about the talk and see if they answered any of these questions. So, all right, we'll continue this. Yeah. Can you ask him if the data shows any seismic activity around loose triceps? Oh my fucking God. Yeah, that'd be hot. Yeah. Maybe invite him onto the stream after he's done there. Yeah. If he wants to see. Yeah. Maybe if he wants to come down. Yeah. How many views are they getting right now on this? How many people are in here? Does it say? 1,600 people right now watching. Well, yeah, big fucking deal. We'll like this here now. Yeah. We could. If he wants to come and explain himself. The problem is I don't know if he speaks English. We'd have to have someone translate the Italian. I'd have to learn Italian pretty quickly.
The materials that it's made out of are unique and extremely important for this type of a study. The combination of resonant granite and limestone and piezoelectric properties, the geometric resonance from the pyramids,
I think so, yeah.
Voids underneath the plateau that could be acting as essentially Helmholtz resonators.
Is this alien's brother?
It creates the perfect environment for this kind of coupling that they're doing with the Doppler shift and the SAR technology and analyzing the subsurface resonance. it all actually is
They've been asking,
prime
okay,
real
yeah.
estate on the
I
Giza
imagine they
Plateau
would
for
have,
this
yeah.
exact type of study. And what they're showing to us, what they're confident in, the team is still very confident in this. And like I said, they have now released a 4-hour presentation. It is in Italian. Right now, you will need to put English subtitles on, which are available if you go in the little drop-down menu and select English subtitles. You can put English on. They're not brilliant, but you
Huge
can pretty
capital
much read
letters,
between the
yeah.
lines with the core
Get banned instantly.
claims and what's being shown on screen. That they are very confident in what they're believing to be massive underground structures within the Giza Plateau, underneath and connected to these pyramids, including the Kaffa pyramid with these spiraling structures.
You can see, so that was those ones in the top left, I think, were the new ones. Yeah, again, you need someone who knows what the fuck they're doing looking at this, obviously, you know. But I think the TLDR from the talk that people got back was that they were 100% So this guy, again, who's an expert in this technology, was 100% confident. So he said that these were artificial structures, that he was confident that this was not some kind of glitch. And like, that's when last night, when we dug into him, we got ChatGPT to do research on this guy. Oh, fucking Christ, where was I? This fucking MMO mouse, man. I always hit like the one button and it resets shit. Oh, fucking Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Where is he here? This dude in the top right. We researched who this guy was. He's a legit dude. He is one of the experts with this tech on the planet. He's PhD, works for an Italian university, applied to get time on the satellite, and this is how they did this. So like, when I found that out, I was like, oh shit. Because we first were looking into this guy, Karada Malagana, or however you say his name, Malanga. And he's like a ufologist, you know, he was a chemist. You know, he doesn't really have he wasn't really directly involved. But when we found it, my opinion changed on this when I realized this guy is like a leading expert here. And then, you know, the claim that these are structures is like, oh shit. Okay. We'll have to refresh this to ask him the question, but anyway, it's all in Italian, for Christ's sake. I almost learned Italian one time. I love Italian food so much. Yeah. A lot of people in the chat actually seem to already get what his techniques were. Can you ask a question, Will? Are you subscribed? I wonder, like, I don't see any English here. I'm assuming they can read it, but I wonder if we could just ask him, like, what's your opinion on the pushback right now from other experts? Like, what do you think? Yeah. Could it be Filippo? How do you say his name? Filippo Biondi. Filippo Biondi. Filippo Biondi. I love Italian. Italian's so fun.
Within the Giza Plateau, underneath and connected to these pyramids, including the Kaffa pyramid with these spiraling structures that are now being shown in higher image fidelity in these new presentations. Most geological settings around the world lack the piezoelectric and geometric properties that are present at Giza. So this effect might be site-specific. There are a lot of places around the world that could still be scanned, but it might be quite site-specific. If confirmed, it would open a whole new field of planetary-scale geophysics and blending seismology and radar physics and material science into a very different approach to archaeology.
Oh, you could,
which
yeah.
is fascinating. So
well,
yeah,
like we were,
beyond these
it's not to
methods,
keep
the
interrupting
scientists
this.
behind
I will shut the fuck up here and just let him continue. But we were saying that if you can do this, like if you can, now it will be site specific where not all areas will respond the same, but like you got to think that these motherfuckers went 2 kilometers deep into the ground and inferred that there were structures down there. And like they were able to, from the data, infer that like they're spiraled and there's a box, and they even got a size of the box. It's 80 meters by 80 meters at the very bottom. Imagine the military going and doing this to like foreign adversaries. Like, I mean, go to China's DUMBs, deep underground military bases, sending satellites over and then like scanning down 2 kilometers. And, you know, they'll know how big the rooms are. They can maybe even infer stuff that's in there. Like, holy, this could be fucking... He's going to be getting a couple phone calls if this turns out to be correct. Like
type of technological integration who's on the team.
Set the meeting to tentative,
it's not
yeah.
a minor discovery. It's a
Hawass.
paradigm-shifting method in how we understand geophysical coupling and ancient engineering and subsurface imaging, many of the critiques do kind of fall apart due to the assumptions of the systems and the methods being deployed, and assuming conventional geophysics. But Giza's geological materials and its architectural conditions are anything but conventional. This is a very unique site, and they're using very unique methods. So I think we have to look at this in a unique way and not in a conventional methodology way, because that's not what's being deployed to come up with these findings. They still need to fully evidence these findings. How they will get any sort of digging permission, I do not know. I can't imagine that they will be getting any sort of digging permission from the Egyptian government. But more of these scans need to be done. As the technology evolves, maybe we'll get higher image fidelity.
Fuck yeah.
But I can't think of anything else other than non-invasive practices that I'm sure that some people are actually already trying to shut down, because if this is true, the implications,
they'll figure it out,
like I said in my
yeah.
old video, are just so massive.
Nice,
so I wanted to go
yeah.
through just kind
That's
of
a good
these
question.
critiques about the conventional system of SAR technology versus the unconventional way it's being deployed, and the unconventional geophysical properties of Giza itself. You know, we have to look at this as a relatively unique event. You know, I have critiques over the way that this has been released. Just because my video somehow managed to get the most traction, it's not like I just pulled this information out of the ether. It was floating around on X. And again, if you're not plugged into X, you're going to miss a lot of things, because I've been putting updates on there every single day that I'm finding anything out, you know, adding it to the pile. So if you're not on X, you are going to be missing out on some of the fast coming information until I put it into a video format like this. This is now, you know, essentially delayed information. But yeah, there's been a 4-hour release of the technical conference going into extreme detail. They've released higher fidelity images. They're still very confident in their claims.
Yeah, fucking, you know. The skin is so clear. He must do morning ice baths. What's going on with this now? How long have they been going on for? Oh, over an hour. Jesus. Okay. Oh, I can chat now. Did they respond to you, Will? A streamer Canada covering this find banana peel wraps. Fuck. My question is for Filippo. Is it like F-I... Holy fucking Christ. F-I-L-P-P-O. That's just Filippo. Let's see. Oh, what's... Oh my fucking God. If I only could type. What's your opinion on the... I'll just ask the same thing you asked again, Will, essentially. There. Problem is we're not gonna know what the fuck. We're not gonna know if they even respond to it. Jim Russell.
Scusatemi, io ho una domanda dietro l'altra. Filippo, ti sei fatto un'idea, visto, tu ci hai fatto vedere in conferenza, e io invito le persone ancora che chi magari non se l'è persa di andarla a riguardare, che quel tipo di indagini che siete riusciti a compiere funziona benissimo per vedere il tunnel sotto in Gran Sasso. Questa volta sì,
we're not getting anywhere with
ci
this, for
riferiamo
Christ's
appunto
sake.
alla galleria che passa sotto, ma altre strutture che guarda caso in alcuni documenti non sono stati menzionati come a riprova della bontà del funzionamento della vostra metodologia. Così, ti sei fatto un'idea di...
All right, well, just keep us posted, I guess, man. Fucking, you know, he exfoliates with aloe slop twice a day. Morning ice bath. He journals right after the ice bath. Comes back, another ice bath. More journaling. Is that the secret to clear skin? Is journaling in your diary? Yeah. There's an accessibility feature in Chrome that turns on live captions, including the translation of certain languages. Oh, fuck, I'm in Brave. Does Brave do it? Autoplay is off. No. God damn it. Yeah. There's an Italian in the house who need translations. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, if anybody happens to speak Italian here.
I would say fair rebuttals to these critiques about the conventional SAR technology and assumptions on people's part about the way in which it's being deployed. Now, I'm not an expert, so my first video probably had some errors in the way in which I was breaking it down, because I'm just learning about it here. But I've started to do more work and more research, and I'm being told by experts, a lot more specific technical information about how exactly this is working. And I'm going to be speaking to people that are close to the team. I'm trying to secure an interview with one of the actual lead scientists, but I am going to be speaking to people close to the team who are out there in Giza. They're underneath the plateau. They've got amazing videos of them underneath the plateau. Trevor Grassi, he's a very interesting guy, so we're going to be speaking to him pretty soon to kind of get an idea of what the team's been doing out there for the past few years, and how they've come to these findings. But again, I would really urge people to, not blindly just believe it, definitely not just blindly believe it, but don't just dismiss this on the basis of it coming out in the way it's come out. Like I said, I do have issues with the way it just kind of circulated through a few small researchers, and then it propagated out, and I picked it up, and then that kind of exploded, and a lot of people were coming to me and asking me, very specific questions, and it's like, I'm not associated with the team. I just caught wind of the information, dug into it a little bit, found out that there had been a conference, saw some images of the conference, and saw
now
these,
you are, brother.
3D graphics were on the presentation. I looked up the scientists behind the team, and they're real. So at the very least, at that point when I made that video, it was like, okay, the people are real, that checks out. The conference did happen, seeing images of it, and they're making these claims, so I'm going to have to make a video on this.
Okay.
This is just too extraordinary, right?
What? Okay.
And there's just been more data and more data and more information as we've gone forward, but the way in which it was released was a bit strange. I will say this, though. When very controversial findings come out about a place like, Giza and the pyramid complex, the historical narrative around this in terms of the conventional archaeological circles, the conventional historical circles, it's pretty much settled, right? All of the other theories are fringe theories, whether it's aliens building the pyramids, or just the idea that perhaps there was a civilization before the pre-dynastic Egyptians that was responsible and maybe
absolutely, man. I remember when you posted
both
that.
Of these are dismissed basically at the same level of dismissal from the wider mainstream academic community, with a very established kind of status quo and dogma when it comes to these narratives about Egypt. So you have to consider the fact that these ideas, and even like kind of permission, like, hey, I want to go and do XYZ with a space-based system to go and scan for underground cities, because I think that maybe this could actually be a location of a lost hall of records. A lot of the scientists would just go, absolutely not. Are you crazy? Like, that's not underneath the pyramid. What are you talking about? So you have to understand that these bold ideas, these fringe ideas, will come through the fringe. I'm not just going to sit here and defend these people, because they definitely need to fully evidence their claims and make it irrefutable. How they do that, I don't know. That's up to them. They're the ones that are in control of this project. They're the ones that are deploying these methods to try and understand what's happening. But I would just caution people away from a knee-jerk reaction to things like, corny graphics on conventions and presentations and stuff like that. First of all, not in control of who makes the graphics for these conferences, but also these conferences, I've been to places like this, like, it's kind of like Contact in the desert. When you go and talk about UFOs on stage, there's a lot of wacky characters, there's a lot of weird stuff. But if you appreciate my research in the UFO field, then you'll know that when I'm standing on that stage, I'm not going to be the same as someone who's just trying to sell a fake story, right? So there are differences, even if it's in the same kind of operating arena. You have your grifters, and you have people that are really trying to find.
Oh yeah, they're out there, brother. Should I go and talk about the experience I had when I was a child, my dream? Should I tell people down on stage? So they did something to me. They did something to my brain. Fuck. Write a book. Sell the book. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. I feel that is more of an earth battery than anything else. Who knows, man? Chris Dunn thought that it was some kind of power generation station. He looked at it and said, it looks like a fucking machine. There was no bodies found in it ever. There's no markings on the walls anywhere. There's a level of precision employed. It's extremely suspicious. It almost looks like it was a machine. It's like, again, if you're constructing, and people have constructed very precise structures before in the past, but like the level of precision is eerie, and also doesn't really line up with that of Bronze Age civilization at all. So it implied to him it may have had another purpose, right? i.e. a machine. And so it might make sense that there's more to it than meets the eye. I mean, again, the limiting factor here is our technological ability to look down into the ground, right? I mean, the alternative is we dig down into the ground. The alternative is someone goes in there with a big bomb and blows a fucking hole underneath it. I mean, that's what they used to do when they first walked in there, right? The archaeologists back in the day, it was like, sir, there's a wall in the way. It's like, oh, really? I just blow that fucker apart. It's like the Serapeum. You know, they just blew the fucking thing apart. Like, what's in it? It's like, well, stick a bunch of fucking dynamite in it and blow it up. Like, people don't like doing that stuff anymore. They're like, you're destroying the heritage of the site. It's like, no, we're figuring out what's inside the box, bud. Otherwise, we're not going to know. Do you want to live your life not knowing what's in the box? I don't get people that are like, oh, but don't destroy it. Like, I want to know what's in the fucking box. There could be a goddamn Anunnaki in that box. That could rewrite human history. It's like, go do a survey with the local people. Do you care if we blow this fucking box open? They'd probably be like, there could be an alien inside. They'd be like, oh, fuck, blow that fucking thing open. Like, fuck, blow that up. Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, man, anyway, I mean, I think we've heard enough of this. It's essentially fucking TLDR on it. But, oh, this is it here. This is the, hold on, what? Collection description. This is the tech that they used? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. So how did he come upon this though? Like, has he been talking to them? I don't think he said that he was. There's some people in the UFO community I have been a part of for years and contributed heavily to, who threw me under the bus for covering the pyramid situation. Oh no, in particular, this guy, passive aggressive bullshit. Oh, now they're fighting with each other. I normally ignore this stuff. Both were so vindictive with your methods and attempt to convince people I'm something that I'm not. Jesus. I want to believe Dan Zetter. Well, these people are fucking idiots, no, brother. I wouldn't listen to them. Like, Joe Rogan and Chris Williams are watching my video, and there it is, Project Ego. Yeah, that's a big deal. Shut the fuck up. Someone covered your video, like Joe pulled your video up and fucking 100 million people saw it. Probably be a pretty big deal. I don't know this guy. I don't know if he does this shit regularly. I don't know. Just stop putting hate out in the fucking world. I mean, people are dinks, like, whatever. Like, you know, you don't need to drag their balls through the glass every fucking opportunity. Yeah. I'm skeptical but curious. Wow, a rational person. Wow. That's so incredible. Wow, incredible. Fuck, yeah. Yeah. It's pretty wild. They dynamited some of them. They want to know what's inside them. Yeah, Rab, what's up, dude? That's just blue checks engagement farming. I'm learning how Twitter works these days. Probably, man, yeah. I still don't know how it works. I don't use it really. Ever. I use it for like collecting like news stories and shit. But I don't engage with people. I don't hang out in these like chats on Twitter too. There's like these communities of people that get together and have these talks and shit. Like I don't do any of that shit on there. I don't give a fuck, honestly. But anyway. Okay. Well, back to this. Oh, they're still talking. Oh my God. They got more people on here now. Anyway. Speaking of which, he did pull this up. Where the fuck was this? But actually I'm curious about this now. So hold on. Because I want to get to the bottom of this. So, no, we'll do this. We'll do this. Fucking God, paste the link. Let's see, what the fuck is this? It's over to my feed just behind. Okay, yeah. I keep threatening to Jim Russell on Twitter and fuck his timeline up. Oh my fuck. Do it. Do it. Right, here's the lowdown on the Cosmos SkyMed full archive. It's a catalog portal for archived Cosmos SkyMed satellite imagery. So this is where he got some of these images from. Search and preview. Okay, so you can go through. Oh, you need to log in to be able to do it. Okay. Okay, all right. Well, the European Space Agency. There you go. So that's who owns the satellite, I guess. That or the Italians, and they're loaning it out to the European Space Agency. But yeah, anyway, very interesting. Okay. This was yesterday. I actually didn't check. Is there any updates on this now? A mind-blowing discussion. I've been exploring ancient Giza Plateau for years. Okay, some other guy. Who the fuck is this guy? He's an explorer. Okay. We just went over that by Zawe Hawass. Do you know any idea how many locked underground entrances are on the Giza Plateau? They're everywhere. Interesting. Okay. Well, that one we just saw, I think the boys went through the other day from Ancient Aliens. Or maybe a different one. Yeah, people are gonna go down the fucking hole and fucking die. Like, there's so many stupid tourists, man. Like those tourists recently in Japan that faced that fucking monument. Man, it'd be death by Sudoku real fucking quick there. If I was Japanese prime minister, you'd deface those Japanese monuments. Holy shit. I know it's not called Sudoku. What's it called again? Saboki, or, you know, they make them just like, like, you know, and they're in the gut. But I always used to call it Sudoku to enrage weeboos. I'd say death by Sudoku. I'd be like, you fucking idiot. That's not correct. Fucking yeah. I'm like, oh, I know it's not. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Seppuku, Nick. Thank you. Seppuku is what it's called. Yes. Not Sudoku. What were the ancients trying to show us? Footage from my exploration video of the underground channel. Oh, what the fuck? He went there? Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know he went there, man. Fuck, the channel must be doing well. God damn. Oh, that's what I was going to pull up here about the CRPM. Atlantis was real. Solon didn't lie. Plato didn't lie. Well, we don't know that. This is kind of stuff that he posts, I guess. Yeah, well, we don't know that. I mean, you know, we can make an argument that maybe it was, and you could use Plato's dialogues as some of the evidence, potentially, like scholarly evidence, but, like, that's not an argument. That's just a claim. Declaring Atlantis is real. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, that's what. Anyway. What's this now? Footage here. Footage from my exploration video of the underground chambers of the Dendera Temple, Egypt, including restricted access to an upper level chamber of great importance that is usually locked out to the public. Where do these fucking, everybody that goes there talks about, well, this place usually is off limit to the public. Motherfucker, you are the public. You are the general public. Like, so how did, you just got to know a fixer, I guess. So when you go to these places, you probably want to get a fixer anyway because they're kind of sketchy. So you find your fixer and then they get you into these places and whatnot. Temple is dedicated to the Egyptian goddess Hathor, associated with love, beauty, fertility, and music. You will see incredibly mysterious Dendera light motif. Interesting. So he's got a guy there too that is an expert, I guess. Okay. I would love to go. That'd be fucking crazy.
This is a place of great power, and it's just we can learn about. We will. Yes. It's just after this one.
No fucking giants in here, goddamn.
We're gonna get access to one that's not
little people
open to the public if we can
only
down here after. That is a very small gap.
You want to go right or left?
Left to the light. Okay.
Jesus.
The energy fields.
Being generated by the doorways with the vibration of Hathor, which is representing the sound and vibration. Moving in, look at this multi-dimensional aspect, like the geometrical keys to the universe, and we have it being generated like a field, just like JP is saying.
Do we know what this means? It has something to do with harmonics, or?
Yeah, I'd say like cymatics.
Cymatics, yeah.
Absolutely.
It looks like you got all of the significant patterns that turn up.
Yeah, we have the feather.
Yep.
Denoting communication for the ethers.
Interesting.
Yep. That's right.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we have fortunate because we got some light going in here, but you have to wonder. It's not like they could just reflect light in here like a mummy movie. I mean, it was, and you couldn't burn a torch in here very long, so you would get all kinds of soot all over the ceiling, and you'd also be burning off your oxygen. So you need to. They had to use something else to light it in here.
What would be your guess?
Well, I mean, it adds some weight to the idea of these potentially being light bulbs, right? Because if you had some sort of
that's a light bulb thing.
Lamp,
oh shit. Okay.
Something like a light bulb. I mean, you'd be able to see.
They could have just cleaned the ceiling
Absolutely.
after.
Now, I want you to keep a few things in mind when you look at this. So first things first, when you look at this giant being over here, you're going to notice there's like a double version of them. You see that? The two faces, the second outline around them. Some might say this is like the Atlantis story. So you see there's like some giants. And you might also say this could be the dynastic Egyptians kneeling before them, wanting to receive a great gift.
It's a big light bulb.
Yeah, you could look at this and say this is a light bulb. But it's also a lotus bowl, and this is a field of energy. So the serpent changes. I want you to notice something. The bends in the serpent are going to change. They're going to change from this wall and how they are to this wall in these various processes. You're going to see this figure in the middle. This is a very significant figure in the Egyptian pantheon. This is Hay, and he represents eternity or immortality. And something these two gentlemen can tell you all about is we see this way the raising of the Djed pillar. Now, we might say that traditionally this is...
I would love to go on one of these like tours, but like not with an actual Egyptologist, but just with some guy that's just fucking out there that like knows everything, but it's just like, it's just all in, it's aliens. And I'd love to just like, you know, you probably can't get certain herbs in Egypt, but you know, before you embark on this journey, just go get properly sauteed. And just to be there, having someone tell you this is aliens, it'd be oh my God, it'd be Ancient Aliens IRL. Like, holy fuck, what the Giorgio himself even, that would be incredible. Yeah. Yeah, I'll post it in the chat here. Yeah, we'll continue watching it. I'd like to go there with Hancock and Giorgio. Oh man, yeah, that's there it is. That's a bucket list trip. Do ayahuasca inside the pyramid with Graham Hancock and Giorgio, and then just wander around in the middle of the night, you know, at the Giza Plateau. You'd meet the gods. Yeah. The go Billy Carson. Oh, see, that's someone I would not like to go with, actually. No. I shouldn't be too mean to Billy. Billy's knowledgeable about the area. I mean, Billy's one I don't agree with. I don't agree with Billy's scholarly research, I guess, maybe. I should say that much. But it probably would be a good time too, though, to be honest. Yeah. Butthurt Carson, yeah. Yeah, but Graham Hancock and Giorgio would be the bucket, and David Childress would be the bucket list trip.
The spinal column of the Kundalini being risen in Osiris, and we see the serpent bends again changing as it's being received. And over here, furthermore, you see the vibrations of Hathor. Well, look over here in this sort of Atlantean story of the pre-dynastics rising up. We see over here like a figure that you find over in our cosmogony and our story that we find even at Hermiopolis. There's different creation stories and cycles. Look at this reptile-like race or frog-like
Two daggers, fucking reptile rogue, my brother.
Legs, almost as if it's
frog rogue
creation. And again, we see the pillar has risen more. These folks are sharing knowledge. They're growing.
Why was the Egyptian confused because his daddy was a mummy?
Oh, fuck. We exist within.
Fuck. I thought it was funny. It might be in denial. Oh, my Wayne. My Evans. Coming in hot, brother.
Intelligences or beings that have an interest in and help shape this reality, which is what I'm seeing here. You know, the beings are feeding in a controlled, seemingly a technological way, but I don't necessarily feel it's technological, but they're feeding higher consciousness in stages because we're creatures of evolution. Everything evolves. And I feel that the pillars, the feeding of higher consciousness through the lotus is about staging and acclimating humanity and, you know, all manner of other beings here into receiving the full spectrum of reality.
It's interesting. I mean, it could just be a light bulb, bro. That's the other thing too, right? Like, I don't think people, it's when it comes down, I mean, obviously people who, that's why you trust like accredited people because they have the whole background and the whole history of the whole area. But I mean, at the end of the day, it is subject to their interpretation. I mean, sometimes they themselves can be wrong. This is the whole thing with Zecharia Sitchin, right? In Mesopotamia, where you've got experts in Mesopotamian history, and they've come to a certain conclusion about what some of these texts mean, you know, some of these passages, some of these creation stories. But at the end of the day, there's lots of unknowns still in that place of the world, actually. The winged disc is a complete fucking unknown, honestly, as to what it is. So, I mean, Sitchin could come along and say that's a planet, and he could be fucking right. I mean, it's out there, but he could be right. I mean, it is some of the archaeology, the digging is a science, but like in the dating, but the interpretations definitely are not a science. I mean, that's where this gets on shaky ground, where I mean, literally, this could just be a giant fucking light bulb. It's like, oh, this is about erasing human consciousness and erasing. You know, there's other talk like that, obviously from the Egyptians and the very metaphysical, but that could just be a fucking giant guy's light bulb. We're not gonna know, honestly. I guess we'll just try and go off of the narrative, but there's clearly a problem with the narrative too, though, right? Because we've got this enigma that is the Giza Plateau and the Sphinx. And I mean, nobody really seemed to know what the fuck happened with it or where it actually came from. There's very little evidence to suggest, right, again, that like Khufu built the Great Pyramid. There's one cartouche in it from what I was able to learn about the history of it. And there's some carbon dating that they've done supposedly in between some of the blocks, but like there were construction projects on it where they reconstructed parts. Like who the fuck knows, right? Yeah. I was at Egyptian confused. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, nice hat for a pyramid trip. Their point texture. Oh, fuck, Jesus Christ, roasting his head.
Acclimating humanity and
the Kundalini aspect's interesting. Yeah.
Beings here into receiving the full spectrum of reality.
Milady.
And that takes time.
There's another one of those.
I guess you probably need a hat like that. Honestly, cooked in the fucking sun.
You know, there's a smaller version of it, but so here you have the box, and then here you have the rods.
The rods, yeah.
You know, so they're always shown together.
Fuck yeah.
They work
together
with each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Just as in the story of Moses, you had the ark filled with the manna, but it was Aaron's rod was always associated with it as well. So this is the same thing. So here we actually have 4 of these boxes. Right, these arcs, and look how the energy is emanating, is connecting with them over to this here. I mean, and it's literally showing the energy coming from the boxes. So.
Yeah, it couldn't be more clear, really. Look at this.
Yeah.
Tracing across, arcing through, and then you've got this.
This is crazy shit, though. It'd be so cool to be there and see this.
Here,
like,
which we were thinking might be
unbelievable shit.
The cymatics, the sacred geometry of
batteries.
resonance.
Yeah, man. Who the fuck knows?
Above it, you've got clearly what looks like a depiction of energetic arcs or waves.
Shit.
So you can see the original stairs there. Oh my heavens.
A very tight space.
Restricted access.
Look at this.
Look at this. This is the consciousness rising.
How the fuck did they get in here? It is kind of a good point. Like, how did they illuminate these areas, though? I mean, they must have just had torches and then they just cleaned it up. It's probably what fucking happened. I mean, again, the battery claim is interesting meme, but like, where the fuck is it? Although you could say, like, you know, batteries are pretty precarious devices and like, or sorry, not a battery, a light bulb. I mean, you know, glass broke, someone stole the rest of it, you know, the filament, threw it in the river. Like, you know, who the fuck knows, right? Like, yeah.
The nethers, the energy of Lewis, all the nethers leading up. We haven't been able to get access to this before. There's Hathor.
Oh man, he's with the ancestors now.
Look what's up. There's a gate.
Yeah, the gates.
Here's the keys to the stargates, the mysteries.
Oh, he's got his Patreon. Wow, I guess that's how he went there. You got to play that game, right? Put the money up. He was at the CRPM, and I saw this too. This was just recent though. Like, is he there right fucking now? Like, the red Mercury's gone. Maybe, yeah. They're 100% lying about the CRPM of Saqqara. Buried beneath the sands of Saqqara lies the CRPM, a network of subterranean tunnels housing 24 colossal granite boxes, each weighing between 60 and 100 tons. These massive precision-cut containers made from hard stone like Aswan granite and rose quartz exhibit machining tolerances on par with modern aerospace engineering, down to fractions of a millimeter. Some of them do, yeah. The mainstream claim is that these are sacred burial sites and burial chambers, sarcophagi for Apis bulls. But the burial theory seems increasingly inadequate and unlikely, especially since 0 bull remains have been found inside this place. And why such precision for burial boxes? The internal surfaces are so smooth and polished, they reflect light like glass, not a necessary feature for internment, but potentially vital for energy resonance. Oh my heavens, we're going there. Granite, being rich in quartz and feldspar, is piezoelectric, meaning it can generate electrical charge under pressure or vibration. Combined with the acoustic properties of the underground chamber, this suggests that the CRPM may have functioned as a form of resonance chamber or geoenergetic device. Interesting. Were these boxes designed to capture and amplify sound frequencies, perhaps linked to the Earth's natural Schumann resonance? Could they have been used to harness sound-induced vibrational healing or cellular regeneration? Yeah. Okay. The immense weight and precision hint at advanced anti-seismic vibrational insulation, as if the builders anticipated the need to stabilize energetic and acoustic forces. Was being stored or energized within these chambers? What if the CRPM was tapping into deep telluric currents, okay, or harnessing the vibratory harmonics of the Earth itself? Level of engineering exceeds dynastic Egyptian capability by millennia. Are we looking at remnants of a pre-dynastic civilization with advanced geophysical and acoustic knowledge, or an ancient technological inheritance that modern science has yet to grasp? Potentially, yeah. The vases also point to this potentially being the case, where the vases are manufactured to a degree, to a specification that it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, and it's just an enigma, really. There's Graham posting about it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Hieroglyphs, not the bull tombs. Oh, and built them. I used to say they didn't carve with the roof off and build up around them. Who knows, man? Yeah. I mean, I think there is evidence they brought them in, though. That's the other enigma, too, is like how they managed to get these in here, because they're unbelievably heavy. And the entranceway into Saqqara is very small. Like, how you, like, again, to move this, you would have had to have a lot of guys pulling this. And the problem is that the entranceway to get into it is very narrow. And it's like, how did they get this in here? Unless, yeah, they built this, they found the stone in here, but I don't think they did. I think they know they got the stone from somewhere else, which is, again, part of the enigma of it all, you know? Jeez. 70 ton. Oh, yeah, there, Graham said, I didn't read it. The labyrinth of the chambers are carved into bedrock. Go figure how these 70 ton megaliths got in there. Yeah. And he shows a plan of the CRPM, its passageways and chambers. Yeah. Mother of Christ. And there is some of the tolerances there, the accuracy. Okay. Interesting. Very precise. Not perfect, though. I mean, that's the thing. Like, with some of these, I mean, it's very fucking close. The vases are really, out of all of it, the real enigma, because like they're small enough, like it's hard to subject the entire pyramid of Khufu, or although we're supposing maybe he didn't have anything to do with it, the Great Pyramid, to like testing, but you can subject these little vases to testing, and that's what Chris Dunn's son, I forget what his name is, did with his buddy, who both worked for Lockheed, and they were just like fucking awestruck. And the vase they tested, the main one, is an old vase from pre-dynastic Egypt, at least according to the archaeologists. It's at least a couple hundred years old. So again, it would predate any instance of like CNC machining. So it is an enigma. Again, but who fucking did it? And why? And how? And where the fuck are they now? And where's the stuff they did it with? And then that's, further enigma. You're in the following prompt through deep research mode. Oh my God, what the hell? The CRPM of Saqqara, an alternate geoenergetic theory of function. It's discovered in 1850. No, this is just ChatGPT fucking AI slop, though. I don't know. I'm not really going to get anywhere with that yet. What if they aren't meant to be square? It's harmonic resonance tuning. Well, it could be, and that's the argument, right, for the King's Chamber too, Aaron, and the Great Pyramid, where the King's Chamber, just to show people, King's Chamber, is it rose quartz up there? I can't remember what it's made out of. No, that's, oh my God, what is a hard rock arrangement? Fuck, we'd be careful on here, for Christ's sake. Where the fuck? Oh, right here. So this is it here. National Library of Australia. What the fuck? What are the Aussies doing with this stuff? Where is it here? Oh my fucking Christ. All right, this is good enough. So you can see the rocks used on top of the King's Chamber aren't precisely crafted. they're weirdly inconsistent with like the rest of the construction. And one of the arguments for why that is because they are tuned. And they tuned them by removing material off of them until they got them to the right frequency. And so that's why they're all of like an inconsistent size. That is also interesting, genuinely interesting, because there is no reason why they couldn't have made those flush, because everything else in there was made with the same rock. And it doesn't make a lot of sense as to why they would leave that like that. Now, they're big rocks, but, so the argument was there's something to do with resonance and that these were shaped in this way on purpose. So, that's what a Chris Don, well, it's not just Chris Don, actually. There are other people that suggested this too, that I think are less extreme. Although Chris's argument, honestly, isn't that extreme. Although he's proposing it is a giant machine. But there are bits and pieces of legitimate evidence to support his argument. At the end of the day, all we should really be caring about is the arguments for, why is this a machine? Why isn't it? Why did Khufu build it? What's objectively the strength of your argument? Like, what do you have to support it? Right? I mean, if it leads you down somewhere and that's the thing. It's like, well, that's crazy. It's like, well, no, but it's not objectively crazy. Do we have other evidences that there was potentially some other advanced group of people in the past? There's tons of it, actually. It's just, there's just been kind of a smooth brain period of time here. And I think, to be fair to people, really, and not be derogatory to them, I think really it's a consequence that of now we're living in a time where we have all of this information now that people have worked for years to collect. And we're beginning to be able to synthesize all that information together. Before, we didn't have access to this. We didn't have a top-down view. And now that we have a top-down view, we're having people go around and like people like Graham, who are synthesizing this information, looking at these narratives and being like, oh my God, you guys know cross-culturally across the globe, right? That there's all these stories are almost identical. Like, what's it indicative of? And they're like, oh, nothing. Coincidence. It's like, no, are you an idiot? No, clearly not. Like, there must be something to this. And then they're reluctant to dig into this, but there aren't a lot of people that have that top-down view digested too. Like, a lot of people are hyper-specialized in one little fucking area or crevice of their discipline. And more people, though, are starting to look, thanks to people like Graham, honestly, who's doing his work as a journalist brilliantly and bringing this narrative forward to people. And now we're looking and we're saying, oh my God, like, what's going on with this? So that's what I personally think. Although there is some hubris involved here as well, but tuned to F sharp, I think. Same tuning as a Native American chording flute. Is it actually? Man, that's fucked, huh? Interesting. I think I've heard of, there have been people that have done experiments in there, though, isn't there, with Aaron, with harmonics and resonance. And yet they're not associated even with Chris Dunn, or like they're not involved with his theory of it being a machine. Like, they have nothing to do with that. I think they just noticed this, didn't they? I didn't know it was tuned specifically to F sharp. That's fucking crazy. That's true. That's nuts. Fucking Christ. Like, how the fuck? I mean, that in and of itself, if that's the case, I had heard something similar. I didn't know if it was tuned specifically, but I guess it might be. I suppose that was the claim, maybe. But like, how would an ancient people know? And you got to think too, they're constructing this while they're constructing the pyramid, right? Like, this is going on in step with the rest of the construction. So to do this while they're constructing the pyramid and make sure all of those rocks are tuned to the right frequency, like, man, fuck. There are more images posted there. Okay, let me make sure I'm not signed into Facebook here. Completely dox myself. The problem is I might have to be on Facebook to view it. Okay. Yeah, fuck, I'd have to sign in. Unfortunately, Will, yeah. And I don't want to. I don't have a stream I don't even use Facebook, honestly. So yeah, you heard it somewhere, so it must be true, brother. Anyway, I thought I heard something similar. At least said they think that they're tuned. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Very intriguing. Well, I mean, so this is finished now. I guess we'll have to wait for people to fucking dig into this. So yeah, oh my god, all the videos on this. There's another. I don't know who the fuck this is. Yeah, this changes everything. Well, yeah, it fucking does. But yeah, we're still gonna have to fucking wait though. It's the problem. I mean, we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to wait. Maybe we'll see. Do they? How does how the captions work again, guys, on YouTube? After it's done, will it upload the captions? Like, can we get a breakdown of like what was said here? Share. Okay. We'll have to figure this out. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go throw my spaghetti. All right. It's actually, I don't know what fucking kind of pasta it is, but I made a nice pasta. I made a little garlic infused olive oil. I'm going to get some cheese and some chicken and a little Italian meal for these, in honor of these gentlemen, maybe, you know? It is a transcript right now. It does. I was going to grab that here in a minute. How the fuck do you get that again? Is it down below the bottom of the video or some shit? Show transcript. Yeah, and I bought a said flute from an Indian guy called Blue Water, so I know it's tuning. Oh, fuck yeah, man. That's fucking sick. You'd know it's, yeah, you just trust someone if their name is Blue Water. You'd be like, this guy knows. This guy just knows. Okay. You are going to translate and understand this YouTube transcript for me. Whatever, you fucking shoot me the transcript. Good lad. Is that the whole fucking thing? I think it was. I don't want to miss any bits and pieces. Okay, yeah, it's an hour plus. Okay. What did they say? See what they said. Anything interesting? You heard it here first. Actually, you heard it from Will first, but now you're hearing it here. Let's see. Here's a summary and translation of the key points in the transcript. It's a long one, so I'll boil it down. Saucy Cogsworth style with brutal clarity. Good lad. Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Karada Malinga, chemist, researcher into consciousness and ancient structures. Amand Omey, an Egyptologist and expert in ancient texts. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Philoppi Bondi, radar specialist using synthetic aperture radar. Okay. So they have a legitimate Egyptologist on the... Hold on. So he's an actual Egyptologist. Oh, ancient origins. Oh, well, okay, hold on. You know, again, not to like, you know, is he, now, this doesn't mean that his arguments aren't worth anything, but is he associated with the university? I don't know if he is. Anyway, whatever. Okay, we'll continue on. They're discussing their controversial findings. New Zep Tepi, the mythical first time in ancient Egypt. The group believes we're entering a new age of rediscovering lost knowledge. They stress collaboration over competition. Team synergy is for faster, better discovery. Underground structures beneath Giza using SAR technology. They claim to have discovered deep underground chambers and tunnels up to 1.8 kilometers below the pyramid. So it's a little bit less than what they claimed initially. These weren't built by dynastic Egyptians, way older, possibly pre-Ice Age. What? How are they able to infer that? They're just assuming, I guess. Fucking Christ. I saw him making them on How It's Made, and so reached out. Guy was a legend, actually. Such a top bloke. Fuck yeah, man. That's sick. I'd love to get a nice flute. I had an ocarina kicking around, but I think it blew into a million pieces when we moved for the fucking third time in a row or some shit. Reactions and backlash. Egyptian authorities, notably Zawe, claim it's fake because they didn't give permission. They didn't give permission. Go fuck yourself, bud. Corrado suggests using radar on Hawas's toilet to see where he poops. Oh my heavens. Oh, that's nice. Wow. Yeah, they should do that. Maligna and Co. insists the radar works through the earth via converting electromagnetic waves into acoustic vibrations, phonons, allowing deep tomographic scans. Critics lacked a technical grasp. One woman said she didn't understand the formulas but called the paper wrong anyway. That seems to be the case so far. At the very least, they aren't reckoning with, like, what are you actually doing? They didn't understand. But to be fair to these people, they haven't really been very transparent. They don't have a paper out. So, tech side, SAR and tomography. Filippo Biondi details how SAR captures surface microvibrations tied to underground structures. Evanescent waves from material boundaries are key, most effective in areas with low vegetation like deserts. He's keen on applying this to the Bosnian pyramids next. Interesting. Why hide it? They claim it threatens the mainstream narrative. If pyramids are older than expected and had advanced tech, it undermines religious, academic, and government control. Yeah, it's power structures, but we presume that as much anyway, right? We know that from Schock's discovery of the Sphinx, so that's exactly what their modus operandi is. Suggestion the pyramids were machines for spiritual or resurrection purposes far beyond burial tombs. Okay, we're going. Hold on now. Let's just take a step back from that one. Consciousness and legacy. They're not in it for money, fame, or career. They insist science should be free, and their goal is awakening human consciousness. Expect to release a book later, but focus is on truth first, ego second. Okay, boys, listen. Fuck the book right now. Release a paper with all the findings. Okay, that's truth first, ego second. All right, so the pyramids are machines for spiritual or resurrection purposes. Maybe that's a mistranslation. For the guy, buddy from ufology, definitely we were reading through is into all kinds of fucking like. I love metaphysical talk, but like it's fucking straight up woo woo. Like it's completely ungrounded. I couldn't find any reference to what this is just his ideas. Like notable zingers from Corrado. It's 2.5 teamwork adds exponential value. We don't need your bloody money. People offer us cash to use our methods for their own shit, so we say no. If you don't believe us, think about how your phone works inside your house. Electromagnetic waves permeate walls, mate. We're not here to be liked. We're here to show truth, okay? If we're called crazy, we don't give a fuck. Concluding themes, knowledge, liberation was legal liberation, yes. Mainstream media equals distraction and division. Well, in regards to something like this, mainstream media is just going to like swallow whatever slop you feed them. Like, but it's really mainstream academia is the problem. Ancient history may hold keys to understanding who we are and why we're here. Yes. We talk about that here all the time. Where are people from? Where were the gods from? Right? Where does this all go? The bottle's uncorked and they're not putting the stopper back in. Good Italians. Drink the whole fucking thing. Once you uncork the bottle, you don't put the cork back on and put it back in the fridge. Would you like a visual map of the argument? Well, I mean, let me know where you want to go next with this, my son. Why does he keep calling me my son? What the fuck is going on with this guy? I gotta figure out what the fuck's wrong with this goddamn AI. Okay. So, what about Filippo Biondi? Did he respond to the criticism anymore? Oh, fuck, whatever. If we don't know where we came from, how can we anticipate where we want to go? That's exactly it. Hawass is currently at Home Depot buying a lead shielding for his toilets. Yeah. Why it's calling me Bill too? Anyway, we're not asking questions about this. Filippo Bondi responded to the criticism quite directly and extensively. Here's a breakdown. So this is the SAR criticism. It can't see underground. So critics say SAR can't penetrate solid matter. He explains that while classic SAR scan surfaces, this method uses signal anomalies, Doppler shifts created by evanescent waves, which we kind of already went over here, I guess. Vibrations that form boundaries of different materials. These surface vibrations reflect what's going on below, like reading a drum head to guess what's underneath. His technique translates electromagnetic to acoustic signals, phonons, which do penetrate deep into matter. We capture anomalies in Doppler centroid shifts. Those contain the acoustic information. That's the trick. Okay. So he acknowledges it's complex. Universities dedicate entire PhDs to SAR. He's not surprised people don't get it. There you go. He invites real scientists to peer review his methods, but says criticism must come from those in the academic field. Random trolls reading formulas they don't understand don't count. Absolutely. That's the problem. So it's hype, which is what ChatGPT kind of got anyway from their previous conversation. was that this is a very hyper-specific field. And, you know, you're going to have people that understand what he was doing here to go and peer review it. He's working on a formal scientific paper, thank fuck, carefully written to minimize rejection or reviewer tampering. Excellent. He's been doing radar work since age 18, over 30 years of experience, collaborates with major institutions, so the European Space Agency, attended elite radar conferences, and yes, explains how most people criticizing this type of radar application don't know the field, it's niche. 200 to 300 global experts. There you go. On the reality of the structures, this is so that they validated their methods first on known structures, Gran Sasso Tunnel, then applied it to Giza and got unexpected but repeatable results. Chambers and shafts up to 1.8 kilometers deep. Denies that images are AI-generated noise, they're raw outputs from signal processing. His tone, calm, technical, confident, but gets cheeky when trolls are mentioned. I'm not here for applause. In summary, defended the methods of scientific precision, invited proper academic challenge, mocked lazy critics, reassured their data and findings. He seems like the guy in a lab who built a teleportation device and has to explain to a local pub why it's not just a big toaster. Fucking, that's literally it, though. That's exactly it. And I think that's the problem, where we realized this last night. This guy is kind of beyond a lot of people having this conversation. It's going to be a conversation for 200 to 300 people on planet Earth to have, which is unfortunate because they're going to want to be able to try and recreate this on their own, and they're probably not going to be able to get access to that fucking satellite. I don't know, guys. I mean, listen, I don't just believe things. I mean, we're going to have like some kind of logical argument here with like probably some evidence in this regard. To believe any of this. I mean, so far this seems fucking interesting. Way more interesting than I thought it did initially. As somebody who memes about Atlantis all the time, and that there are anecdotes all over the fucking globe about this, right? Man, like this might be the culmination. We memed about this before though, right? Because, you know, so far we haven't found any of their stuff. It's like, okay, we think there's this advanced ancient civilization, right? That influenced all these other civilizations. Where's their stuff? Right? Well, where's the stuff they used to build the pyramid? Might be in that chamber underneath it. might be in that chamber. We might find all their stuff in there. It's kind of weird. Where'd all the stuff go? Right? I mean, how advanced were they? They're going to be flying around, building all of these all over the planet. And we couldn't find any of their stuff. All their stuff could be locked up in a little vault like this. If it's true, right? Hypothetically. We could find a little vault with all their stuff and then, right? And then we can go down the rabbit hole there and maybe they're not from here. And like, who are these people? Right? Oh, what do you mean that we found these people and someone covered it up? What do you mean there was giant bodies all over the eastern U.S.? What are you talking about? You white supremacist? Oh, fucking anyway. We'll follow this. We'll continue to follow this even this evening. I'll continue to look into this. Man, fuck, I don't fucking know. Fuck. I'm going to go get my sketty, is when I know, in honor of Filippo here. And then maybe I was going to eat it to one of these fucking videos, and then maybe I'll probably get back onto this. I'll probably keep digging into this. This is really important. Kind of speechless. I don't know. This is I didn't think, but you know what? How did we think this was going to happen? How did we think disclosure was going to happen now? Did we think it was going to come from ancient structures? I mentioned that. Person, not to fucking, be like, I was right. But like, I brought this shit up before where there's some inconsistencies here. And I think there were maybe some smooth brains involved with interpreting some of this stuff. And I've literally, though, I do think that in some instances that there were, because they put down any potential that this could have been weird and they can go fuck themselves, because I think it was always weird. So anyway, let me go hit up my fucking sketty. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ. dudes, I'll have you know, brother, I was putting Parmesan on my fucking pasta. we're eating that real shit tonight. No soy bullshit. It's real Italian food, you know? Parmesan Reggiano, all that shit, yeah. You gave ChatGPT a transcript on my end, and it's doing more of a straight translation. It surprised me because it's able to determine who's speaking throughout based on the introduction. Interesting. Filippo said using damn near every context clue in the book. It's pretty crazy, man. Holy fucking Christ. Like, yeah. It's nuts. Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Let me, here we're gonna go through. Where's just the fucking? Is this it? Okay, this is it here. I don't know. We've been watching both these guys. Someone actually told me to check this out, so I don't know. We're not gonna go through the whole fucking thing because oh my god, it's fucking almost 3 hours long again. But I thought I would just kind of put this up here. And aliens are accelerating our evolution. This is a conclusion these two lads have come to because these guys obviously talk to people behind the scenes, right? Who have seen documentation and whatnot. Like Jesse's gone over to Lou's Ranch a couple times. I think he said what they did over there, just fucking, wrangled a couple bulls together maybe. Just manly stuff, smoke some cigars, that kind of stuff. Anyway, I'll just play the I'll shut the fuck up and play the video. I'll be interested to see what they're gonna talk about.
Hey everyone, Jesse here from American Alchemy and
Chris Ramsey from Canadian Alchemy.
We want to give a big thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring this episode.
That's right. I'll tell you more about how Surfshark can keep you able to bounce around and see an infinite number of exoplanets. Grabbing a plant from here, changing it up a bit, dropping it over here, and doing the same with human life. You could just create like a little black hole around your craft, and you could go through the whole evolution of our entire known universe in an afternoon. It's like hitting the X button when you're playing a video game to skip past all the cutscenes. It's kind of what they're doing. And so this all feels like the zoo, but not in a way that's like a zoo, but in a way that's like the preservation of the seed of life throughout the universe.
The vector along which you are making progress is what do they want? What's the culture on the other side of the non-human intelligence? How do they think of us?
They just don't care about us. It seems like an AI security system. They're kind of here until something else gets here. Some of us may, by chance, through accident, get to meet the lowest form of their kind of this robotic whatever.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh my, it's God.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
Well, you know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
I'm here with, at this point, my very good friend, Chris Ramsey, who just is one of the most amazing humans I know generally.
Thank you, brother.
I think, your former career speaks for itself. You're a world-class magician. And I think you brought your unique approach to that in that you debunk at times or show how magic is done to the average person. But then I think there's also something kind of very magical about you, and you allow for the illusion to persist at times. And now you've started probably my favorite new UFO related channel. It has such an interesting angle because I think you are exploring themes around actually connecting with non-human intelligence or exploring what they think and how they think about the world, which is, no pun intended, alien, I think, for a lot of people in this topic who are just used to kind of nuts and bolts crafts or stories around sightings. And so it's so refreshing. And the world and universe that you build in each show is just next level. The thoughtfulness that you put into the set and the script and the questions is second to none. So appreciate you being here, man.
Thank you so much for saying those kind words. I really appreciate it, and it means a lot coming from you, being someone in the space. I think you're obviously the ambassador to this topic on the platform, and so it means a lot coming from you. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't know. I don't think of myself as an ambassador, but
and I think that's what makes you a good ambassador.
Okay, so I want to talk about your transition.
It used to be Stephen
from
Greer,
Magic to
Jesse,
UFO.
anything's an upgrade,
I
brother.
think Magic gives you such an interesting lens. We were talking last night. You were talking about kind of techniques in hypnotism that you're aware of. And I'm sure that gives you an overlay or a lens through which you view the UFO thing, where there's a lot of misdirection. There's a lot of, weird ulterior motives and narratives and stuff. Do you think you have a better eye for those because of your magic background? On American Alchemy, we're all about exploring big ideas and breakthroughs.
Oh my God,
so it's
boys.
fitting that we partner with a company that takes privacy and freedom just as seriously. In methodology, that's what draws a lot of people to becoming a magician, because we're interested in methods and how things work and sort of reverse engineering a moment. And how do we create this moment? How is that created? Like, if you show a magic trick to someone, there's a few different reactions that someone will have. And depending on their background history, if you obviously do a magic trick to someone, abroad or in a third world country, it might be a different reaction than if I showed someone, in Vegas a magic trick, right? So we all have our own sort of realities that we deal with when we see magic. But some people will get frustrated because all they care about is how it works, right? It doesn't sit well with them. And although I loved the fiction of it all, part of me was just like, wait a second, I need to know how this works. And so I see a lot of that in you, and I see a lot of that in people who do like this investigative journalism, in that they're just not satisfied until they understand how it works. And so that's just a big part of magic is when you start observing relationships or moments or even technology, you're constantly in your brain immediately going to, okay, well, how does that function? How does that, play? Because some people will just be enamored by the actual moment. Other people will be like enamored on the outside, but on the inside, the cogs are just spinning and whirring. And they're like, well, hold on. Well, how does this actually, how is this possible? And then as a magician, you're able to accumulate just a wealth of knowledge through all these books that are available to, magicians that include psychology, misdirection, showmanship, sleight of hand, all these different elements, hypnosis. And then so you just keep adding to your tool belt all these method building practices. And so when you're observing things in the natural world that might not have anything to do with magic, you're automatically relating it back to some psychology or something else. And so naturally with UFO stuff, I think it's just a big puzzle. It's like a big magic trick.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, what's the mechanism?
It's almost the ultimate puzzle. I know very few people who spend a lot of time in it, who I think there are local threads where it's like, this thing might work like this, and this pattern matches to this other thing I learned over here, and they're uncorrelated sources, so that, there's probably something to like, this particular, the sulfur coming off of, extraterrestrial bodies or whatever, things like that. And you sort of build this model. But I know very few people who spend a significant amount of time in the topic who have a very internally consistent and comprehensive worldview as to how it works. And so in that sense, I think it's the ultimate puzzle.
Yeah. It's definitely, it definitely feels that way. And the finding connections, I think, is just another natural ability that our brains have. And then the deeper you go into being interested in methodology, the more you're inclined to make those connections. And someone like you make so many connections because you've accumulated this wealth of knowledge from all these books and all these experiences and the interesting people you've spoken with, that now you and like UAP Gerb, you guys have this amazing ability to find these connections that otherwise I'd be oblivious to. You know what I mean? So it's, for me, you guys, your mind behaves a lot like a magician's mind would. But instead of learning about sleight of hand, psychology, misdirection, and all that, you guys have learned about, the phenomenon. And so that's why I'm just so enamored by what you guys are doing, because I see myself, in that same realm, just with a different topic.
Absolutely. Well, when did you start? So the new channel is Area 52. Everybody go subscribe right now.
the way that it got started, I was posting on YouTube. I've, had a YouTube channel that dealt with magic and puzzles for a decade, and that was going, fairly well. And a friend of mine who is a memory champion, Nelson Dellis, very interesting guy. Shout out to Nelson. He's a 6-time U.S. memory champ. Very left-brained, went to university for physics, teaches like computer stuff at university. He's a really genuinely smart, bright, and curious person. And I caught wind of him from like this Netflix doc, and I was like, where like he remembers things. I was like, I could use that for magic somehow, right? I want to learn how to do a mind palace. I mean, that would really help me out perhaps with a certain trick. And Harry Lorraine, who's this like old magician, was also like a master at memory work. And so I was like, oh, I need to befriend this guy and like learn from him. And so I did that, and he taught me how to memorize a deck of cards in 5 minutes from a shuffled stack, or all these different things. And I started exchanging, how I could pretend to memorize a deck and make it look the exact same. And he was really like fascinated by that. So we'd start catching out, people who were cheating at memory stuff, and got very interesting. And one day he just slips this by and he's like, yeah, I did this. He's like, do you know what remote viewing is? And I go, yeah, I think I've heard of it. I think, I watched this documentary back in the day with like Soviet psychic spies or something. And he goes, yeah, so I was on this Facebook group of memory, and this sort of hedge fund reached out to me.
Whoa.
To see if I'd be willing to be trained in remote viewing in order to remote view the stock market for them.
No way.
Yeah. And so he tells me this. I'm like, what?
I've heard this
sounds like a fan. It sounds like a fiction. But the headhunter.
Yeah, there's groups that try and do this. I mean, the guys from Daz Smith's associated with Will, if you're still there. How does one get that gig? What's it called? The Future Forecasting Group. They do crypto. They kind of specialize in remote viewing crypto trends. I mean, I don't know how much success they have. They have a bit of success, I guess. It's still going, but very interesting. Yeah. Any good movies about this? About remote viewing, Chad? Third Eye Spies. The remote viewing documentary is called Third Eye Spies. Yeah. That's the one that I've seen, yeah.
Who was hired by the hedge fund to train potential new remote viewers.
Yep.
I ended up meeting, so one of them, his name is Brett Stewart. He also remote views for a living, and like, I guess makes enough money to earn a living, So for me, I'm like, that's a really interesting and important thing to say. Like, if remote viewing is real or not. You're like, well, if this guy's
really
making a living off of remote, that's kind of wild.
Yeah.
So it really shifted my perception immediately, but also red flags started popping up because as a magician, I also know, there's so many different factors that factor into this. Is obviously confirmation bias and all these other factors. But I had no idea of anything Stargate, SRI, or any of that. And so I asked him if he could teach me, because they trained him an hour a day for a month.
Yeah.
Before he started doing ARV, associative remote viewing. So basically, you're not actually remote viewing the up or down of the market. You're remote viewing something, a target unknown to you. And there are 2 targets, actually. And whatever your session is closest to, that image has a relationship like up or down that you don't know about. So that you're not actually remote viewing the stock market, and you're never told whether you're right or wrong. So there's no like positive feedback loop or whatever that is. So anyways, he teaches me this. We start documenting it because I'm like, this could be cool for the channel. It's something I've always been interested in this sort of space. And start getting really crazy results, like good results. Like you're like, whoa, there might be something here. And over and over and over again, it's just not to be ignored. There's just something. It's like even the general gestalt of a lot of these viewings were correct, where it's like, oh, it's a building. And then I describe, and yeah, sure enough, it's a building, or it's a, a life form or whatever that is. And so start to document this, go through the whole process. And by the end of it, I had created this like whole documentary, and I was like, I can't put this on my magic channel. This is too wild.
Yeah.
And I decided to start a new channel the Area 52, and then that just led me down a rabbit hole. So long story. That's how I got into it.
That's amazing. Well, I'm so grateful you had that experience and it bridged you into this new world. I find that interesting because that's my own experience too, which is I became interested in quote unquote parapsychology before UFOs as well, because I think once you start to think that physics, and physics is a poor compression of what we're talking about, reality is different than what it seems. Then it allows for all sorts of like different consensus realities and timelines, and ones possibly involving extraterrestrials or craft or
there's no limits. I had a similar phenomena too, where my interest was always just in UFOs, but I was interested in not just the phenomena, but like of people seeing craft, but people having experiences. And I was reading through the conversations they were having, under hypnosis, and when they're on the craft, what the aliens are saying to them. So I was looking, and all of the woo to me too, like I just looked at it from a very different perspective, right? Where some of these people are like, I was talking about philosophy where they're much more logical, like logicians, like hardline materialists. I was always more of a Platonist, I guess. Like I looked at things differently. I guess you could say like a modern interpretation of that could be like simulation theory nowadays, where potentially like we're discovering truths, all right, instead of inventing them, and we're pulling something down from somewhere. And this goes back to, well, what is consciousness? Is consciousness a non-local phenomena? And like that's where my interest. That's how I got in remote viewing, because I don't know when it was that I ran into this. It wasn't like super long ago though. Like, I don't know. It was probably around like my mid 20s. So like 10 years ago, roughly, when I started actually digging into it and being like, and I'd heard stories, but like, I'm like, okay, is this actually a thing? Like, is this something that can work? And my interest in it was obviously for things that were more woo, like trying to find another planet or something in the fucking solar system. Like, but, yeah. Anyway, it's interesting. I find that interesting. That's how we got into it. But people still are very skeptical of remote viewing, but it absolutely is some kind of a real phenomena. What I'm completely on board with it now. Not that I wasn't to begin with, but I'm completely on board with it. Yeah. Enormous, what's up, man? Yeah. You ever watch a documentary, Tearing the Sky, but some portal over the ocean? I don't know if I did. You're remote viewing me. I can see you in a white shirt of some sort of microphone and headphones, wearing glasses and really good hair. You missed one important part, brother. I'm not wearing any pants sitting here. See, you missed that in the session. That's the most important part of this whole fucking thing that you guys can't see, right? You have no idea, right? That's a good remote viewer would see that. Yeah. You're still learning. We're all still learning. Anyway, yeah, interesting.
Non-human intelligence. So yeah, that's a really interesting bridge, and it's one that I had as well. Okay, so you start the channel in 2023. What is the biggest thing you feel like you've updated? I
didn't know he had a huge magic
in
channel.
the world of UFOs since starting.
Well, I would say like I always so I'd entered this space with a bit of a bias. I kind of had a centered sort of balanced perspective, but I did want to believe that these things were true, and I knew that about myself. So coming into this, I knew that I had to try my best to put that
I have hair
confirmation bias aside, and also give it a skeptic's sort of eye, because otherwise I'd just be misled, and I didn't want that to happen. I also didn't want to become the Amazing Randy. Where famously, if people think of magic and they think of UFOs, they think of Amazing Randy. He had this show where at first he would give you 10 grand if you proved something paranormal would exist. And by the end of it, it was $1 million. It was $1 million if you could prove anything sort of paranormal or parapsychological or whatever existed. ESP, all these things, in which nobody ever really collected the $1 million. But I always found it unfair watching those shows, because even the energy that I'm not saying that anyone that did his show had any ability. I just thought they got off on the wrong foot. Regardless, I cannot
interrupt them, but yeah, there was somebody on there who thinks they won the money. I'm pretty sure it was Uri Geller, if I'm recalling correctly. who's Mr. Spoonbender. So like Uri is like a meme, and I think also a magician maybe, but he refers to himself, I think, as a psychic but Uri was trained in remote viewing. He did do remote viewing for the U.S. government. And I can't remember what he thought he beat him in. I don't know if it even holds up, but the thing about remote viewing that's interesting is that, I mean, it's not specific enough. It doesn't have that level of specificity that you're going to need to study it like with the scientific method. Like, and there's obviously a lot of interpretation that goes into the data as well. But I mean, again, it's significant enough that we shouldn't be ignoring it. Hence why the U.S. government didn't ignore it, right? So, anyway, yeah, I was not a fan of James Randi. Always, these were the kinds of guys. Oh, how would you describe them? I don't know. I would say pseudo-intellectual, which is not a very nice thing to say about him, but that's kind of how I would describe him, honestly. Where they were maybe convinced by some other people in the world who are like very hardline materialist. There are other perspectives that are also potentially equally as valid, right? There are other good arguments for the world not just being like, for instance, consciousness not just being a byproduct of the brain, right? That there's something more to consciousness, right, than the brain, and that there may be some non-local aspect to it as well. I'm not going to get into it right now specifically. I was just going over this again with ChatGPT with some of Gödel's theorems in regards to this, and I'm trying to work on something right now, actually with the realm of the forms as well from Plato. And anyway, I just never liked that. At the end of the day, it's a perspective, right, on the world, and I don't like it because it's limiting. And where I come from here, and why I humor things that are like woo-woo always, is that I looked at those things not as like charlatans strictly, but as potential symptoms of a system that we don't understand, right? And so you had very hardline materialist people look at things like the psychic phenomena, or you could even throw like ghosts in there, or the UFO phenomena, and they've written it all off as nonsense because it doesn't fit within their framework of reality, because these things are not possible. And that's the way they look at this. And my view on it always was that these things were potentially a symptom of something, a system that we don't understand, right? And I think that's a more honest way of approaching it. I just think it's incredibly unlikely, and I don't want to use the word statistically unlikely, but incredibly unlikely that you would have, for instance, an abduction encounters. That was one of the things that really turned me onto this. Like when you really dug into how many people have had these experiences, it seems almost impossible that it's all some kind of strange psychological phenomenon. There are people who are isolated that have had these experiences. They permeate through history. I mean, anyway, yeah. You used to like Darren Brown, or Dan Brown, or Darren Brown. Okay, I don't know who he is. I've used Cloud to write a unified theory of reality through in-depth discussions. Interesting. Very interesting. What's this? A Ross Coulthard News Nation. How the CIA worked with psychics on Project Stargate. Oh, interesting. Choose not to watch. It's weird it said that. Oh, interesting. Okay, maybe we can go that in a minute here. Oh, that's Uri Geller there. Holy fuck. Okay. I see that now, yeah. Uri's like, I don't know how I feel about him. I mean, he definitely worked with some of these guys. He is kind of, people have called him a charlatan. I don't know if they're completely off base in calling him that, but I don't know. I was never a particular fan of him, but he absolutely was involved working with the government. At the time, I don't know if he could have really even disclosed that. It would have been something that he probably had to keep secret. He probably couldn't have said anything until it became disclosed in the mid-1990s, the Stargate program. So, yeah, which is interesting that at if it was him, I believe it was him that went and talked with James Randi, but at the time, James would have been thinking this is all horseshit. Meanwhile, the government's funding this research and actively using it to collect intelligence, actually, with Joe McMoneagle. So, yeah. Fuck. Got a payment clerk to pay out on a losing betting form. Darren Brown is a British magician and mentalist. Oh, okay, that's who it is. All right. Oh, Finn's told me about him before. Okay. Yes, I thought I'd rung a bell. I thought you said Dan Brown at first. Da Vinci Code, yeah. He's a mentalist and hypnotist, yeah. Incredibly fascinating stuff that they can do, right? But yeah, I don't think it's definitely, there's definitely, Chris Angel's another guy too. Remember I watched this on here where he thinks like all psychics are just horse shit and shysters. And I kind of shared a similar sentiment to some degree where I thought probably a majority are full of shit. But like, it's one of those things when you have an experience with somebody, it shifts your perspective on it pretty quickly. Like again, like those people you'd see on TV walk into the supermarket with the Long Island medium, and she goes up to the guy who runs the deli counter. And it's like, your grandfather just wants to say, buddy boy, keep on swinging or some fucking, and then he just like, almost keels over. Like, what the fuck? Like, and you see those, and you just assume that's all made up on TV. And to some degree, it might even be, right? But when you have one of those experiences in real life, it just shatters your little box of reality. And it's what happened to me, actually. Not that I was like super, opposed to it, but anyway, yeah, it's an aside, but maybe we'll watch it in a second.
Should approach something with such, intense skepticism. I do think that now it might actually hinder the result somehow. I think that's a possibility, and I just don't want to, I kind of want to leave this space open. So coming into this space, I wanted to have this balanced perspective, never commit to one thing or the other, have my own sort of internal, beliefs, but also be able to set those aside. And I think once I started doing that, I started unraveling in my own sort of view of reality what seems to be this link between consciousness and UFOs and remote viewing. And I started, putting it together sort of myself with all these cases, everything else. And like, for me, I think that's just the most important thing to focus on in the space is this connection. And I'm not talking about psionics specifically, but like also the government's interest in consciousness is huge.
Yeah.
It is huge. They are hugely interested in it. That is apparent.
Yeah, of course.
If you look at what they did with Stargate, that's 20 years, $20 million. That's a lot of resources. It's a lot of time. And you got to think 20 years, every year they had to go in front of a committee to make sure the budget was approved for the next year.
That's right.
And so Joe McMoneagle would do that. He'd go into a skiff and do some remote viewing, and they'd come away feeling like, well, yeah, I guess we got to keep going.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, and that's a lot of pressure when you think about that. Because, like, what if you got that session wrong?
Especially for something that would beget such, kind of bizarro optical scrutiny.
Yeah.
You'd think that would be the first thing to cut.
Of course.
The flip of that is like, I'm a skeptic on the outside and I'm saying, well, B-2 bomber is like, $2 billion plus or whatever. So like, why are you only spending $20 million on the most important, question?
Yeah. That's the beauty of it. Because all you need is a pen and paper.
Yeah, right. Right.
There's no real, why do you even need 20 million?
What do you need?
Like,
totally.
It's, it's the cheapest form of intel.
Yeah.
And what was interesting in 96 was like this Dateline thing where they came out and said like, oh, it's not real, like it's real, but like we had this program, but honestly, it never really gave us anything, and the results were whatever. And he says something kind of like he lied by omission a little bit, where he goes something to the effect of, we never used remote viewing as a credible single source of intel or whatever. It was something to that effect, but the idea was that you wouldn't use any
mode of intel as a single source.
Exactly.
It would always have to corroborate something else.
Correct.
It's always an overlay on top of like other sources and methods.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the value in remote viewing for the government. They're not going to use remote viewing to, find a hostage purely on remote viewing. They're going to give you coordinates of where they think the hostage is. And then they're going to remote view possibly how many guards there are in that building guarding the hostages, so it'll never be like, hey, where's the Holy Grail? And then they go dig up in the desert where the Holy Grail is. They'll always have some other piece of intel, whether it's satellite footage or witness or whatever it is, before the remote viewing comes in. And so, I think for how little you're spending, you would be absolutely stupid not to use it.
I've heard many remote viewers talk about it like you're viewing a bunch of possible alternative timelines, like almost like the wave function in physics or whatever. And, there's some probability that you're going to end up on the one that you have remote viewed or predicted, but you have to take it sort of loosely. And then there's obviously the analytical overlay where you get a download, but you shouldn't necessarily be the one interpreting your download. Somebody should be kind of intellectually scrutinizing it. And, it seems like there are all these methods or failure modes rather for it. But there's a woman named Jessica Utz who ran the American Statistical Society, and she looked at all of the data, for Stargate, the psychic spy program that ran that you're talking about from the 70s to the 90s. And she looked at the whole thing, and along with Ray Hyman, who is actually a James Randi colleague and fellow skeptic at the University of Oregon. And Utz came out saying if basically she used p-value, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
It was highly elevated.
Beyond. Yeah. She was like, if we were to apply this scrutiny to any other field of science, it would be beyond, the p-values would be way, less than expected as far as, the probability that you'd get hits this many times.
Brother.
So, yeah, it's fascinating. We sort of look at that.
And the goalpost shifts.
The goalpost shifts, and you just say, no, you're wrong. The
it's
data must be wrong.
We have to do another one.
You have to do another one. And the other interesting thing that you kind of touched on is like you talked about James Randi in the world in which parapsychology is true. And there is some sort of mind-matter interaction. We don't live in this perfectly Cartesian dualist, separation of mind-matter thing. Inherently, a skeptic coming to the experiment is going to affect the results. And that's why it has to be this almost epistemological paradigm shift, not a scientific paradigm shift, because that involves a priori skepticism.
Yeah.
And so you're going to affect, and it's crazy. And then you end up in this thing where it's like, you can't affect the results as an experimenter. I'm like, but actually you can.
Yeah.
But if there is an effect, of course you can.
Yeah.
So it's this sort of like endless kind of loop. There's Princeton had its own parapsychology lab, the Paralab.
Yep.
And they had this global consciousness project or whatever, where random event generators were tested. So these sort of binary computers tied to something random in quantum mechanics, and they would go off at certain moments.
Yeah,
so like 9/11
was the biggest spike they've ever seen.
Exactly. But they would also go off when Bob John, formerly dean of the engineering school, when he died. And so it was clear in that case, it was the opposite experimenter effect, where in their mind, Bob John dying was as important as 9/11, or like, somewhat as important. Yeah. And so it just goes to show, I think, you end up with all this muddiness.
Yeah.
And it actually, you have to kind of change your paradigm wholesale.
Yeah. Even studying it becomes very difficult in that case, and that's like, even if you, again, taking like, the James Randi sort of, because a lot of people are like, well, if those like telepathy tape kids, if those kids are psychic, why don't they just collect $1 million from James Randi? Like, well, you have to understand that those tests aren't in a vacuum either.
Yeah.
Like those don't live up to any scientific standards.
No.
It's a game show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's so much personal bias involved that like that would never be accepted as a fair result.
Absolutely.
Either way.
Absolutely. And if you were to tell
that's exactly correct. Yeah. I also think that you become the meme if you become a psychic, you have to live that life, so you become hard skinned and quirky to fit in society. It's hard to say, man. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I've been to my own encounter with a couple, but like the one that like was most profound was obviously somebody who channeled a very good friend of mine who passed away, and like, it's just this subjective experience, right? Like, it's not going to be worth anything objectively to other people, really. But like, maybe other than like my testimony, but whatever that's fucking worth. But I just being able to speak someone's voice And unexpectedly too, actually. Just is unbelievable. And like, obviously it wasn't like verbatim, but like even speaking with like the slight speech impediment they had as well, just it fucking threw me through a loop. And this is coming from someone who's, a fucking like metaphysician himself. Like I've always talked about people with, the non-locality of consciousness or arguments for that, or this kind of more Platonist view of reality, right? Or like simulation type view of reality that we could be living in. But like actually experience, and probably the emotion tied into it as well, because it's a very emotional thing, just fucking rocked. It's to this day, even when I talk about it, it's like, it's just surreal. So anyway, yeah, through that experience though, there was that encounter, but then there was like a bunch of other like bullshit, and I didn't understand it. I still don't really understand it, to be completely honest, where, it was like an hour-long session, and then after that, it was incredibly powerful, and then it went off to like some other like shit about, I can't even really fucking remember, to be honest, but like all this other stuff about like rocks and energy fields, and I just fucking tuned out after that. I couldn't believe what just happened, actually. So who knows? It could be that people too, like, what can you give people if you have that ability? I mean, people are paying you $100+. They want to feel like for the hour they're getting something out of it. If you can only give them 5 minutes, like, are people going to be happy? Like, this is like a business you're running. I think that's where it starts to become a bit of a problem, is when you're running it as a business, because then you start getting into putting on a bit of a show at times. So anyway, we'll watch Darren's stuff. I think Finn showed me some of his stuff before, but it's pretty crazy, man. That like, it's also very revealing as to like how susceptible people are to influence when they're not like aware of it, and how subconsciously people could be influenced. It's very concerning. Really, yeah. If the spirit is a loom ball, what can you do? Man, who knows? So I don't know. It's like, I mean, even if the person is, and they still have some ability. I mean, anyway, yeah. It's one of those things like, me and Gail and TV talked about this, but with some of this stuff, we don't really know with complete conviction. There are people that will try to make arguments that, oh, well, all this phenomena is nonsense, or at the end of the day, what we can say definitively is that no one really fucking knows one way or the other. They'll try and make an argument, but all the arguments one way or another have flaws in them. There's no foolproof argument for one way or the other, ultimately. Although, personally, I think people making an argument for complete materialism, that's actually kind of gone by the wayside anyway. But you can't ignore phenomena, right? And that's the problem with that camp, is that they ignored phenomena. And that's never a good idea, right? They ignored like the entirety of like all the woo. And again, that anecdote for me was just like, there's something there. Have you subjected yourself to it, though, is the other thing, right? That some people don't want to do, and I didn't want to do either. But so anyway, yeah. That link is a global consciousness project. Those quantum linked random number generator eggs that he was mentioning. Yes, yeah, I've seen that on his channel too, different formats. Yeah. Yeah, and it's very interesting. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. The global consciousness project, meaningful correlation and random data. Coherent consciousness, create order in the world, subtle interaction links us with each other and the earth. Interesting. Yeah, when human consciousness becomes coherent, the behavior of random systems may change. We do have the double slit experiment, right? So, I mean, has some effect on reality. Our perception, at least, can affect, like, matter, right? So, well, collapses a wave function, but, anyway, they didn't want to accept spooky action at a distance with Einstein. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We're kind of moving in tandem. More and more people are beginning to kind of look into some of this woo, though, as not just something that can be written off easily, but as something that is unfortunately real and just a phenomena we don't understand. And what it really reveals is that we ultimately just don't really have a firm grasp on reality, which a lot of people now, like in physics or specifically even in quantum physics, will probably tell you there's so much that we don't know, right? So approaching things with hubris is always a bad idea. Now, there's obviously people that go out and are shysters and manipulate people and engage in these kinds of mentalist tricks to trick people. But the idea all of this is just mentalist tricks or mental tricks is just equally as naive, honestly, or as people going out and thinking that they can fool the world. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. Well, if I visit those portals, maybe take some video, man, do it. Fuck yeah. Who knows what you might find, brother? You might just go through one, see the Sasquatch on the other side of the portal and the portal closes behind you. Uh-oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah, intriguing. I read that our local social programming and filters in our brains make it very hard to peer through to the true reality. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it does, and I mean, even these are the kind of things you don't really want to draw too much attention to, but you look at like the economy right now, globally. I mean, you look at the state that people are living in, and you look at a very small group of people that seem to be benefiting from everybody else working very hard. And, there's a bit of programming there. School, even, right? School, every one of us here that went to school was subjected to some form of conditioning that initially was supposed to condition people to work in factories and whatnot, but it's everywhere in everything. And it is constantly influencing people, and it's a bit of a dark thing to kind of open your side. Many of us here probably know this anyway, right? Which is why we're all talking about this stuff. But when you look at the general public, it can be a really dark thing to kind of awaken to, right? That you're being used to some degree, right? I mean, that's kind of, I think, what's really going on in my personal opinion. But that's another example of people just not being really cognitive of that. And maybe they don't want to be either, because what are they going to do about it? I mean, just fucking sit around all day. Just sit on the porch, just fucking, telling everybody they're all fucked. It's all fucked. Like, boys, it's all fucked. We're living in a simulation. It's all fucked, right? Right? The porch philosophers. Zeno. Where are they? Oh my God. Zeno's boys. The Stoics. Just sat around all day talking philosophy, unemployed. Yeah, just... It's funny because there's lots of NPCs out there too that do just that, but then there's other people that sit around all day just kind of looking at the bigger picture of it and being like, fuck, yeah. Everything is one big Truman Show. We're all LARPing a global game of Dungeons and Dragons, essentially, where we money, which are ration coupons that we all fight and kill for, yeah. Then we mini games where people join cults and religions and have another dungeon master. Exactly it, man. It's exactly it. The top down, is it? Yeah. Exactly it. Yeah. And it's an uncomfortable truth to kind of come to terms with. Like the global, the hyper elite. I mean, there's no set. They don't lie. I mean, they have an unimaginable amount of money. Like every single year they make money off their money. Every single year, some of these people will make like possibly the combined income of your local city off of their money. Like that's what's going on. Like it's absolutely fucking twisted, and it's just not a good. It doesn't end well, obviously, right? Does not end well. But anyway, it's just fucked. Yeah, you are our dungeon master DM for the Trua. We're all in this together, man. Right? Like we're all having this conversation together. I'm just facilitating a place that we can all hang out, maybe, and have this conversation. Right? Is what I hope. I don't like ever look at myself as like some kind of fucking, dungeon DM for truth or, profit or anything like that, but just someone that'll kind of bring people together of like mind so we can kind of reckon with this to some degree. And, and I think it's important, right? I mean, in all of our own lives here, all of us individually that talk about these things and have these perspectives. I mean, you go out into your own immediate vicinity instantly, like as soon as you get out of a chat like this, you'll go out into the real world again. You'll be surrounded with people that just don't have this perspective. And you're that person, right? Maybe that has to kind of pull the veil back. You have to grab their hand and walk them out of the cave into the light to some degree. And so once in a while, it's nice to have people who are used to the light, who've kind of acclimated to it, right? And I think it's really helpful. It helps you. It reminds you that, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm sane. Because when you're out in the general public, sometimes you will absolutely feel that. You're like, well, it's either everybody else here is wrong or I'm, just fucking nuts. And it's good to be around people who are free thinkers and critical thinkers and who have kind of come out of that cave. And so when you go back out to the real world, you know, you feel a bit more conviction that, okay, like this is, you know, I'm grounded here, right? Yeah. The most best is DM, Jesus. Everyone clings to their program and the cope. Absolutely, man. Fucking absolutely.
You know, an electron exists. Like nobody would argue. And then I say, have you detected an electron? And nobody would have detected an electron.
Yeah.
And then you say like, oh, your mind can somehow, you know, in a statistically significant way, we don't know how it works, but affect, what's supposed to be a random output because it's tied to something in quantum mechanics. It's supposed to be random. You'd say, no, that's impossible. But it's just your bias.
Yes.
There's literally nothing about an electron measurement that you are like, you should be higher conviction in than this other thing.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I don't know. I find that fascinating.
Yeah, it is fascinating. And even if you look at Stargate, they had to, so Dr. Edwin May, who was the chief research physicist, had to put together a scientific oversight committee for Stargate, right? Made up of I think a dozen of the best minds in America. Like you had Dr. Daryl Bem was part of that, renowned parapsychological researcher. And you had Dr. Schwartz, who invented the neutrino beam or something. He won a Nobel Prize. You had a doctor, was it Zimbardo, who's the guy who did the Stanford prison experiment.
Zimbardo, yeah.
So you had this who's who of scientists. Yeah. But the main thing that he said was there's just one rule. You have to come into this skeptic. We have to. So they together created the kind of protocol in how to measure these p-values in these tests. And they had 6 remote viewers over sort of, data. He has data of 6 remote viewers over 30 years. That's a lot of data. So they have all of this data with these, with these people, and they had to sort of map out how do we effectively test them, because there's so many variables to consider when you're drawing, a building. Okay, if I have a building and I just draw the target is a building and I draw just a rectangle, what is that? How do you quantify that? How do you put that on a number scale? Well, does the building have windows? Now, if you're drawing windows, and now the windows, right? And so maybe the ratio to a person in the building for the height. So there's all these little tiny factors that they would have to factor in, because otherwise confirmation bias could be rectangle, it's a building, he got it. 10 on 10, right? So they really had to be skeptical and be look, we have to draw that line, in a way that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, they had to be rational about it. I mean, that doesn't necessarily, that is an example. I think you have absolutely confirmation bias where how specific do they need to get, though? How many times in a row do they need to, what specificity you're looking for? What specificity is possible with remote viewing? Some people were able to get very specific. I mean, they told the story of Jim McMoneagle drawing a picture of this, experimental Russian submarine in a hangar. And literally fucking drew the thing. And then it turned out to be true. They got eyes on it. They're like, what the fuck? They drew the building it was in even. That is... what does that mean, right? Are we going to attribute that to chance? What does that mean? What are the chances someone does that? I mean, you can concoct all kinds of scenarios endlessly around how oh, well, he's got someone on the inside in Russia who's talking to him when he goes home, his lines, he's got a line directly to Russia that he's under the ground that he dug. You'd have to go through all of that. But you'd have to also know in that instance that you're watching this guy, all his phones are fucking tapped, right? You know that he doesn't have a line under his house, right? Because he works on this project. It's extremely classified. So again, you rule all that out. And what you're left with at the end is that there's more to reality than we thought there was, and also to consciousness, right? People can somehow acquire this knowledge non-locally. There's some kind of other explanation here epistemologically as to how they're coming to know these things. So, the large crane outside. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's. Man, yeah. There's so many instances too. You have Joe really hitting the nail on the head. And obviously, I usually reference the more woo instances, which they could never really corroborate, but I just find them to be, that's obviously on the coattails of all of the viewing that he did that turned out to be correct. So it doesn't necessarily mean, though, that when he goes to Mars, that's correct. But it's also a hell of a coincidence where you bring him to an area with a set of coordinates that is Cydonia. There are images that look like decrepit, worn-out pyramids. He goes blind to this area, right, off of longitude, latitude numbers strictly, and finds a million years ago a construction project of a massive pyramid that matches very similarly to the sizes they see here potentially in these images of these remnants. I mean, that's a hell of a coincidence, right? Like that's, I mean, is that what you're going to attribute it to? At the end of the day, you could live in a world where that's all it ever is. The element of doubt will prevail. Like, you can live with that if you'd like. I mean, one way or the other, we have to live with the element of doubt. But it's there, and it allows you to just put that on the side burner and forget about it. But if you're going to contend with it, it's like, oof, fuck, like, very crazy shit. I mean,
and I think Dr. May wrote together with other collaborators over 2 million words on that, right? And you have all the hits and the misses. It's not like he's only showing you the good results. You have the bad results too, but if you consider the p-value and the amount of times they got something right and the high accuracy, it almost makes you think they're cheating sometimes when you look at the results. You're like, how?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've been with McMonagle and experienced it myself, where it's like a friend of mine drew like a little spiky thing, and it was a pineapple, and it's like, and the pineapple was in this manila envelope that McMonagle had brought, and you're like, this feels like magic, like it's insane. What the hell is going on? And this wasn't even this is McMonagle teaching us the method in like a 10-minute period.
Yeah.
So it's so fascinating. I think if you were to audit anybody's kind of day-to-day experience, they would say they experience all sorts of things like this. And
this is Jesse Michael, Aaron.
What something
Jesse Michael,
like that
American Alchemy
needs to turn into mainstream science is you need to be able to put math behind it, and you need to make it repeatable, like very repeatable.
Jesse Michaels. Okay.
And I think we don't know how to do either. I think the repeatability it's still like loose enough where it's like, it's not like every time I drop this pen it drops to the ground, like you're not like gravity or whatever, and it's hard to put math to it.
It's hard to quantify that. Yeah,
it's hard to quantify it, but it doesn't make it less of a very real and measurable anomaly.
Definitely.
That will likely point to a future kind of scientific paradigm, because they always do.
Yeah, but they are doing interesting things to support more accurate results. So they're finding ways to enhance the results. And, by doing tests over and over and over and over with the same people, you're able to map out, what works and what doesn't. And really interesting findings. One was, when they originally found these remote viewers, they'd basically reached out to 600 individuals and tested them, 1% of which turned out to have a significant talent in remote viewing. But these people ranged from all walks of life, but like Mensa level geniuses. You had Stanford alumni in there. You had intelligence people. You had civilians. And out of all these people, out of 600 people, 6 people were chosen to have significant talent. Now, 6 out of 600 doesn't seem like much. That's 1% of the population. That's quite a bit when you think about it.
And of a very elite pool to begin with.
Correct. Yeah. Well, elite, but it also had all sorts of people in there at the end. It wasn't just, super geniuses or anything. Sure. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
It was these other factors. And one of those factors was these
Chris's
people,
channel,
they found out afterwards, all had synesthesia.
That's amazing. So these are the original people
the original
for Stargate.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
They all had synesthesia.
Yes.
For the audience, synesthesia is the kind of entanglement or coupling of senses. So like every time you hear a particular note, you see a color or something. Like Kanye West, I think, or Pharrell have like,
or you could smell a sound, or like it's the mixing of senses, how your brain interprets two different senses.
Interesting.
Those people apparently have pretty had the best results.
Well, there's a woman named Dr. Ia Whitley. She's a space psychologist, and she works on with astronauts and fighter pilots for their like sort of space readiness or like high performance environments. But on the side, and maybe this is not on the side, maybe this is related to her core work. So babies apparently are all born with synesthesia.
Oh, right.
And 6 months in, they lose synesthesia. And so she is working on modalities to help babies and children retain their synesthesia for longer. Because I'm sure you lose all sorts of perceptive awareness in the process, all of what you're talking about right now, where if there's a correlation between that and remote viewing, maybe you come out of the womb with more of these latent abilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're, also closer to the source, kind of, right? You're coming right out of that, and I mean that is really interesting.
Well, I mean, especially when the question that I've always had with remote viewing, though, is it's sometimes framed as this that it's some kind of an ability that people have. I mean, what we're dealing with here, I think, is a non-locality of consciousness. I think there's something else involved here. Like, you don't go to Mars a million years ago. The monkey in the woods doesn't go back in time to Mars a million years ago. The monkey in the woods is like stuck in here. Now, you can get into like what is physical reality and energy, and is there a way to tap into something? But to me, some of the shit that these people have done with remote viewing, I mean, I think there's some kind of access to some other realm of information, right? I mean, if they're tapping into the realm of the forms of the Akashic records, or, I mean, I would probably, as a proponent of like simulation theory, I would probably say maybe it's the player, right? Ultimately going and accessing, getting up from the computer chair and maybe going to the fucking local library or something, and then updating the body after the fact. It's so out there for me. I just don't, I mean, now obviously there may be a mechanism in people that allows them to allow for this to happen, this connection to form, but I can't, and that's Joe McMoneagle's, the famous remote viewer they're mentioning, his own theory. He remote viewed remote viewing, which is remote viewing inception. And he had gotten just data on the sixth sense, and the sixth sense had to do with, I think he got like an overlay of like a group of hunters or people coming up on a hill, and over the hill was a cave with a bear in it. And that they just got a sixth sense. Like, there's a lot of things that could indicate that, like pheromones could set that off. I mean, if it's strictly some kind of psychic thing, like, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's weirder than that, personally. When you start practicing remote viewing on stream, like putting a play card in an envelope and having a target in a box or something. We've done it before with different artists. Yeah, we've done live a couple times. You may not have been here. In the last couple months even, you can do the tests online. They have the blind tests online. There will be we could do this later, actually. You can literally, well, here, you can do it. You can literally do it fucking right this second. You can go remote viewing. Viewing tests online. So do it every stream. Review in the end, yeah. Where's a quick one? Maybe just remote viewing practice. And just to give people an idea what it looks like.
Theory.
Yeah.
However,
Scarra, thanks for the follow, man. Or woman, thanks for the follow. Whoever it is. Let's see here. Oh, isn't that funny? It shouldn't be that hard. No. It's funny on Brave. I can't seem to find it. Remote viewing practice online. Why is this so fucking difficult to find on here? It's fucking annoying. They're all over the web. There's another term I'm looking for. I forget what it's called. But essentially, isn't that weird? What? Isn't that weird? That I can't find it on here now. There's tons of them. Site can't be reached. Yeah. Simulation theory aspects of consciousness viewing itself from different perspectives. I mean, I guess it would be simulation theory would be like, again, we're living here in a simulation. And that you could, and the analogy used by like people like Tom Campbell is that like people are, you could think of like this world as like World of Warcraft. We got on this maybe before, right? But yeah, that essentially consciousness ultimately is non-local, and you could think of this experience now as you playing World of Warcraft. So consciousness is sitting at the computer desk pressing buttons on another keyboard, and you're the avatar in World of Warcraft. And then that's reality. And you could think of other, like Plato's realm with the forms would be like the other side, right? That you're pulling things from. So that would be more of a Platonist kind of view meshed with like simulation theory. But yeah, that ultimately that's like what we're in right now. And that's like some people's like big toe, their big theory of everything, that you're looking at the world through that framework, that perspective, ultimately. But that with remote viewing, I mean, like quite literally, you know, the player gets up off from the desk and goes over to the book, the library. And you have access, there's information there that we don't locally have access to. That's what I would argue. Like, we are a couple steps above monkeys, just out of the woods. We're still in the woods, actually. Although we've constructed structures around ourselves, we're still in the woods. That there'd be no way for monkeys to access that information. Like a Mars a million years ago, there's no way for us to access that information here. So what you would attribute that to is probably, if it turns out to be true, and they were able to do this, it's another example of potentially the non-locality of consciousness. And maybe even that we're in this simulation, right? I mean, it's just a framework of looking through the world. But yeah, Tom Campbell's big toe is usually what I reference, because I like the analogies he gives for World of Warcraft, because I like World of Warcraft. Why is this so hard to find this on Brave? There's another term though from, what's it called again? Remote viewing, target practice maybe. But it's really easy to do. You can do it by yourself doing this. Oh, this is it here. Here we go. Okay, so what you would do is you literally have it right here. So what you're going to do is you're going to, I'll just show people quickly. So here's a target here, right? So RVPGZ881. So what you would do is you'd open like Paint. You'd open up Paint. For people that haven't seen this, do this before. You'd open up Paint. Let me just expand this out here. Let me get a color. Let me get a marker. Well, that's good enough. So I'll do, just let me write this down. So, we'll do RV, oh Jesus Christ, this is messy. PG, I'll show you the Paint thing in a second here. Z881. Z881. Okay, so we'll go to Paint. Go to Paint. There we go. Jesus Christ, if you can make that out. You should see me with a fucking pencil. It's even worse. Brother, I didn't learn how to type. I didn't learn how to fucking write. It's all going to be mental soon. That's why I was telling the teachers back in the day. I'm like, listen, at some point we're all going to be telepathic. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Anyway, no, that was my cope, because I just never really cared, actually. Anyway, so here's the target. So what would you do? Well, you do this analytic overlay. So this is CRV, so controlled remote viewing. So controlled remote viewing is a technique that Ingo Swann came up with. So what's the first thing you do when you read this RVPGZ881? You don't think at all. You just let your mind go, and you do some crazy fucking squiggle like that, right? You do some crazy horseshit squiggle like that. And then, you know, if I am not a complete idiot, I should be able to figure out how to go farther. And then from that, you kind of just study that, and you start getting these like overlays in your head. Yeah. Canonetta battlement, draw it, have proof. So like from there, we'd be like, what am I getting? So like try and like think about what you're feeling. You shouldn't even think, actually, really. You should keep doing these analytic overlays. And at some point, you'll hone in on something. So like, you know, you think like, oh, I'm getting like a tree. I'm getting like a tree. I'm getting like a sense of a tree. And I'm getting like, you know, leaves on the tree. And I'm getting like birds on the tree, sitting on the tree, you know, with a beak, screaming in the morning. I won't shut the fuck up because it's spring. And they wake you up in the morning now. You're like, shut the fuck up. And then I'm getting grass, right? And this is like the idea, right? Yeah. Ask me what's up. Yeah. You're missing the side class with Professor Russell. Jesus Christ. Yes. How dare you be late? Yeah. To this very important lesson. Yeah. Galen TV bird on trees. This is exactly it. There's a bird, right? Here's Galen TV. Very peculiar stance, actually. Waiting for the bird to attack him, actually. What? Oh, and a sly look on him. A sly look on him, actually. He was almost inviting the bird in, actually. Anyway, so what we'll do is we'll go back, right? We'll go back to the fucking main page, and we'll see how close was fucking Uncle Jim on the on the tree and the bird in the tree. So you click on feedback. So here it is here, and this will take us to the feedback page. Wasn't even fucking close. Shit. Sutton Hoo helmet. The interment of a ship at Sutton Hoo represents the most impressive medieval grace to be discovered in Europe, late 6th to 7th early century. There you go. So that's how far off I was. So that's how you would fucking test it. That's not even a location. That's a fucking helmet. I mean, now you guys at home can do, I'm obviously in front of a camera with a bright light in my fucking eyes, but like you guys can probably do this in a much more peaceful manner. You could hone in. So you can do this next one. So you don't even really need I don't even really need to write this down. So you'll go back and we'll go back again. We'll erase this wonderful image of Galen TV. So we'll go back, right? So what I would do is I am just going to go, I'm going to say RVPG 7771. So I just do my analytic fucking overlay. Just do a random scribble on paint, right? Epic fail. Oh, it's fucking beyond. I have no psychic ability. I failed the test. So, okay, that's my first analytic overlay. You know, maybe I'll do like another one. I'll just say, look at that again. RVPG 7771. Like, no, maybe we're getting waves. We're getting something on the waves. We're getting like a ship. We're getting like a ship at water. And, you know, here's the sail. There's a sail on the ship, and the ship is at sea. Okay, so here's like what I'm drawing, so people know. So there's the ship at sea. It's a special kind of ship, pirate ship. It's filled with seamen. There's seamen all over the poop deck. Oh my God, there's so many seamen that they're spilling out of the ship. I'm just fucking. Anyway, let's go back to the fucking goddamn thing. We're just memeing here. Let's go back to the target. So I set a ship on the water, right? So what's the feedback on this now? I can't see the fucking picture. Hold on. Storm King. Ah, fuck. I think we've done this before, actually. Not even fucking close. I did get waves, though. But see, this is where you fucking start to... You have to watch yourself. Look, I got waves, though. It's like, no. That's not quite it, right? Yeah. So there's another fucking epic fail, right? So this is how you train yourself, though, in it. Like, you don't even really need somebody to do it for you to some degree. Where you use these targets online and you just go and you just meme with it, right? So you just go through endlessly and you do this. RVPGQTY1, what is it? Is it I'm getting an animal on a tree. Space shuttle arrives in New York City. Fuck you. This is essentially how I train myself, right? And then after maybe 30 minutes, I get so frustrated that I just don't ever do it again. I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy for this, right? But some of you maybe, I don't know. This is how you would train yourself, literally. Now, there's other tips and techniques you might benefit from, like looking over some of these protocols and like, what is an analytic overlay? How do you process this? Like in your brain, how are you getting to this? Because that's the big meme, right? Like, what's allowing somebody to literally look at this number, scribble something down, and then after one or two times doing that, you know, get back the Rosetta Stone. Getting a stone. It's something to do with Egypt. It's like a cipher used to decode. Like, people will literally do this, and it's like, what allows them to do that? right? So that's the big thing. It's like, what's allowing you to just hone in on this? Because the idea is that what you're doing is that you are tying in time and space. As soon as you make something like this on the website, as soon as you input in RVPG10111 and you tie it to this thing here, this image of the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, you have made a connection in time and space between these two things. So if someone else were to see this number, right? If someone else were to see this number, it has been tied by someone else in time and space to this thing. So what you would do is you would somehow connect to that and then go to that image and you would see the image. However that makes sense. And I think it gets to be, too much that the monkeys are doing this. Is probably something more complicated than that. It's indicative that there's more to us than just, monkeys, essentially, in my opinion. But that's going further down the rabbit hole with it, I think, in the end. But anyway, that's the idea. That's essentially the idea. Now, being able to do it, this all is within the technique, but there's also to some degree a natural ability to be able to do things like this. Like people who have very strong intuitions, like Pat Price, again, we've memed about this, but he was probably also one of the most famous remote viewers ever. But Pat Price, remote viewing. There's a picture of him here. He was a detective, and he was a really good detective because he would just like sniff out any lead. Like he would get to the bottom of shit, right? And he just had an unnatural ability to do it. People in his own life knew that he was just so good. He was such a great detective. What made him a good detective? He just has this incredible intuition. What does that mean? Exactly. What does that mean? I'll link it in the chat for people that just don't want to like search around for it. And I probably ruined some of them here already, but you're not going to remember, right? So, can he be your uncle? No, he was possibly murdered, Astromir, actually, by the Russians. Some people think, for looking into things that he should have been looking into, which is interesting. And also potentially why this could be dangerous. It's all fun and games until you get back some secret base where the Russians are working with fucking aliens and then tell the U.S. government about it. Yeah. Yeah, you'd like one around, yeah. Yeah, And this, again, it's all fun and games until it's not anymore, until it's real. But there's Joe McMonigal's remote viewing secrets handbook. That'd probably be a great thing to pick up. Joe's like one of the remote viewers with Ingo and Pat. And so if you wanted to fuck around with this. Now, like for me, now I can't do this. So obviously for me, I'm just relying on all the anecdotes from other people who are able to do it. I've seen people do this in real time. And I've been involved with this very fortunately. And it's fucking crazy. So there are people out there that have you could call it an unnatural ability, and they're able to do crazy things. And for me, it just supports my own theory that, we're probably living in some form of a simulation, that consciousness is non-local, and that this is one of the reasons why people can do stuff like this. That's just my meme. But yeah, it's crazy shit. Yeah. You can't, I think you thinking you can't is a filter that's stopping you. Well, maybe. It's one of those things, it's like, how much time and energy are you going to dedicate to this? Like, I think some people gravitate towards it. I liked the idea of it, but strictly to try and acquire information that we can't acquire here. Right? So, there are certain things, that we just cannot know, that we will not be able to know, and that we might want to know. Might be imperative that we know, right? But we're not advanced enough to be able to discern, where is this thing, what is this thing, etc. And so what we would do is I'm saying, well, then we'll test this with remote viewing. So That's my interest in it. Yeah, I maybe you could. It's one of those things. How much time? It's like same thing with like lucid dreaming, right? Like I think maybe everybody could, right? But it's like, do you put the time and energy into doing it? And maybe that will also, that will determine whether or not you'll be good at doing it. But I know myself, and I know I'm not going to take the time to learn how to fucking do this. Because same thing with lucid dreaming. I actually put the work in. I had one lucid dream. It all fell apart, and I got so frustrated I never did it again. And it took so much work just to have that one lucid dream, and then it's all went sideways. And at the end of the day, I was just like, ugh, whatever. Like, I'd rather just have a good night's sleep. Like, let my brain do whatever it has to do to relax, to deal with the next day. So I just gave up with it. But yeah, that's for me. I just was interested in using it to maybe ask the right questions. That's as someone who is a background in philosophy, and that's why I want it, because I think it could get us to ask the right questions. I'm not assuming it's going to get absolutely 100% verifiable data, but it could orient us in the right direction potentially to ask the right questions. That's why I think it's valuable, personally. Yeah. Because my mom believes I can do it. It helps me keep an open mind. That's encouraging. Yeah. I believe you can do it. There you go. I mean, just you can give it a shot. If you work hard enough at it, I think probably everyone can do it to some degree. Again, there's certain people have had some ability in their life to people who have really good, strong intuition is usually, I think people that are really good with this. Yeah. Yeah. You'll be my mom for me. Thank you. Yeah. If only I believed in my ability. It's not, I'm just too fucking lazy to do it, Maybe someday though. I don't know. Maybe someday. Right? It's like people who want to like play a musical instrument. They're like, oh, I'd love to be able to like play the piano. But it's like, fuck, you have to put all that work in to be able to do it. And it's like, is it worth it at the end of the day when I know someone who can play piano for me? There's this guy down the street that can just play the piano for me. Like, hey, he can play all the songs I love. And then that's all I need, really. It's like, what I'm really looking for is just to be entertained. Right? So it's kind of like me with remote viewing. Where it's like, I'm just looking for the data, whoever gets it, however the fuck they get it, I don't care. Like, just get it. Just get it, I'll let them put the work in. I put the work in other areas, I think, too, right? To try and ask the right questions, maybe. Yeah. It'll train for the team then. Fuck yeah. Do it. Yeah. This is probably a book to pick up. Joe McMoneagle's book be a book to pick up. David Morehouse is another one. I've heard actually that book as well. Russell Targ, Limitless Mind. John Vivanco has a book out that is, I don't know if it's necessarily a protocol book on it, but it's a history of remote viewing and whatnot, and his experiences with remote viewing. So that'd be another. Is it Time Before? What the fuck is? I was gonna buy it, John. John probably never see this, but. Time Before the Secret Words or some shit. The Time Before the Secret Words. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to buy John's book. Yeah, On the Path of Remote Viewing, High Strangeness and Zen. He's got a UFO there. I was going to get it. I enjoyed John's interviews, and John seems like a nice guy. So anyway, that's another one too, that it's fairly well-known remote viewer. Is still active in the scene today. Yeah, Time Before the Secret Words. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah. Anyway, interesting shit. It was so far a very interesting conversation, honestly. What else do they talk about? I'm just curious because there's other things we can kind of fucking go over, honestly. Even like, psyops and manipulation, NASA, he's covered quite a bit of stuff on his channel so far. What will be very interesting is, and actually Daz Smith posted this recently, but it was to do with remote viewing of Giza. Where's he at? Oh, here. Well, there you go. Oh, can somebody out there boasting about the remote viewing abilities tell us what's under the pyramid? What? How serendipitous is that? That we literally open fucking X and it's John Grewal complaining about people remote viewing the pyramid. And then I was just mentioning Daz, and he literally shows up with this. Wow, crazy. Yeah. God, Jesus, what is this? So this is the whole book, is it? Penetrating the pyramids. That's a hell of a way of putting it. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is this? These are all the issues. Issue 10. You had to buy this or some shit? Download free now. Oh my God. I wonder, what would be kind of fun to do? Just a second. Some research on remote viewers, remote viewing the pyramids at Giza, and if any of them have ever got back any fucking Jesus structures underneath them. Fucking enough. See what it has to say here. We'll just let it go, what we mean, and I'll come back to it and see what it does. Properly, are you interested in military government viewers? Yes. Everything. Just do it. Time range preference. I don't give a fuck. Continue, yes. There you go. Let me know and I'll dig like a psychic with a shovel. What the fuck? What's that supposed to mean? Just fucking do it. Just research. Okay, he'll investigate it. Yeah. I feel like there was a like I'd rather drag my fucking balls through the glass and watch this Jeremy Corbell fucking episode. Ingo Swan pyramids. There was a video. I meant to pull this up. I don't know what's to do with Ingo. That's about the moon. No. Maybe I thought it was Ingo. Oh, fucking Christ. I'm almost positive it was. They were posting about this on X. Oh my God, an hour and 42 minutes. The mystery solved, the Great Pyramid at Giza. This is Dan Smith and Dick Algar 7 years ago. What did they find out, honestly?
Nonprofit educational and research hub for fully documented public scientific projects
for the Farsight
involving
Institute.
Remote viewing as it is done using military or military-derived methodologies.
Right.
Remote viewing is a mental process that allows highly trained individuals to accurately perceive what is called targets, which are places, events, and people across time and space. People who use these procedures are called remote viewers, and when they are really good,
What's the TLDR, boys?
They can describe such things in great detail without being told anything in advance.
Metallic? It's not, it doesn't seem to be stone. It radiates as if it was metal. Very shiny, glistening, high-tech type of thing. Since almost a grid pattern with something up here that's bright like a capstone, like a...
Yeah, but the problem with that is like you're going to start like...
resonate.
Ley lines. Earth frequency. Okay, what did Daz get?
Structures or components being built and moved, rising structures. But I do see that a problem occurs.
Yeah, it sounds like that's what happened. That's
force.
He watched X-Men Apocalypse.
Really shakes and shatters their beliefs, changes them completely from then onwards. And I think that this outside influence feels like it's from another bunch of life forms that I would class as travelers. They traveled a long way. They felt like they've come a long way, and then they impart knowledge, new ideas, which changes the way of life of this previous group.
Oh, it's literally in that movie.
Yeah, an outside interruption in
That's
this
literally
society.
where he got it.
And from what looked like predominantly male life forms, they travel a long distance in vehicles which feel like I have to name them ships. Their intent was mainly peaceful. They didn't intend any harm at all, but I think that just their interaction alone did cause some harm. But I don't think it was violent harm.
Fuck, the boys.
But they had the power to use violence if they needed to. I feel they may have done, but I don't think that was the whole problem of the interaction. What they did do though, they did share knowledge and ideas, which did open the eyes and change the patterns and the social makeup of the indigenous people in some way. May have even stopped them building, because I have a feeling that this had an effect on these rising structures. There's a connection between the information transfer or the knowledge that was given over and the rising structures, or the structures that were a big part of the indigenous life at the time, a big part of what they were doing, their ideas, their philosophy, their whole belief system. So yeah, a big outside influence here from someone from far away that travelled a vast distance.
In his second session for this target, Daz Smith describes artificially created energy involved in moving objects. The energy is frequency-based, possibly involving sound. It seems to resemble magnetism in the sense of its effect on objects. The viewer clearly describes...
See, like, when I see shit like this, always, I'm just so fucking skeptical of it. And I think it's because naturally you're just not involved in the project. You don't know that they were blind to this. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's tragically, even if this is true, they did it blind, and it's just sometimes it can be so fantastical that it's
subjects moving large rectangular blocks. Part of the movement appears to lift the blocks off of the surface such that they float while the subjects guide them into place. Thus, the subjects are not lifting the large blocks. Something else is doing that, but the subjects are guiding the blocks that appear to be floating in mid-air. The viewer describes how the large blocks are moved up ramps while being assisted by energy. It is a combination of both low and high tech. Because of the energy that lifts the blocks, moving them is not difficult. Daz notes that it is as if the blocks are sitting on a cushion of air. Many of these perceptions were recorded live in riveting detail.
Riveting detail.
Okay, yeah, so there's definitely something solid. It feels blocky. So it's solid. Feels man-made or manipulated. Positioned. Very strange this. The energy. This feels like there's an energy involved. So I'm going to do it like this because it's how it feels.
Well, yeah, if we didn't know. So I guess Asdamer, supposedly, they don't know what they're viewing. They just got a number that has been tied to this. But the idea here is that Daz has no idea what this is about. He blind is remote viewing this number they gave him. And this is what he's getting from the number. The number happens to be tied to the pyramid. That's what they're supposing. Now, we know what this is tied to now. Yeah, so he has no idea what he's looking at, supposedly. But that's the meme with all this. Is you could always be oh, well, they told him. This is just for views, for clicks, for money, right? And it's maybe we don't know that, right?
So it's an energy. And it feels buffered. Or it feels like it's buffering. Almost like wind. But with an element of sound. I can hear a hum. A deep, low noise. Not annoying. But there's a noise there and it's everywhere. So yeah, solid objects, solid. Blocky. They feel moved. I want to say pushed by life, manipulated. But pushed isn't right. More like assisted into position. Yeah, there's more than one. There's groups of these guys, and some maybe even pulling. Yeah, so it definitely feels like there's quite big, solid, heavy man-made structures or objects here.
Right.
And they feel like they're being assisted into position, almost like pushed and pulled, but that doesn't feel like, the pushing and pulling doesn't feel like it's the only or primary source here. There's this energy, and I can't exactly tell where this is coming from at the moment, but it feels like it's everywhere around the life and the structures. And this feels like it's buffering and blowing, and it kind of has this cyclic, repeating but powerful motion.
There was a story, we've memed about this before. I think it's in, Saksi Oman, I think is the site. If I'm recalling correctly, I get them all fucking mixed up, for Christ's sake. And it's definitely not Pumapunku or Teotihuacan or Machu Picchu. I think it is Saksi Oman. But there's a story that I think, like, the Viracocha or the equivalent, it may have literally been Viracocha, when he came to the area, how some of these stones were made, supposedly, there was something that he had. And one of the local stories goes that he pointed it at a rock and it would make the rock weightless. And then what people could do is they could go up to the rock and they could not only move it and it was like weightless, but they could manipulate and mold it too. Like it became almost like clay. Like you could shape it. And that and you know, that story sounds incredibly fantastical, right? Like, so this god shows up, has this device, points it at the object, makes it weightless and malleable, and then puts it into position. And that's where all the rocks at Saksi Oman or whatever the site is came from. And that's how they arrived there, the location. Which sounds fucking crazy. Now the guys from what's Dad Smith and Dick Allgire's fucking group called now? I forget what they're called. Future Forecasting Group, I think is what they're called. They recently looked at an object that was actually on Elon Musk's bedside table. But they're these little things called Vajras. And they were this object that was held by the gods. You'll see them in Mesopotamian cylinder seals actually being held by the gods. Like you'll see, I think Marduk is one of the gods in one of these cylinder seal scenes. I actually saw this one at the Louvre, but he's running with this serpent to the left side of him. And he's got this thing in his hand. And almost like there's lightning coming off of it. But this thing in his hand is one of these Vajras. These little tools is what they were called. Vajra. You'll get an idea what it looks like. This thing is literally right here. I could probably actually find the seal with Marduk. If it'll show the seal or not. Oh, right there. That's it right there. Yep. That was at the Louvre, which was really cool to see. Can I blow it up? The mighty thunderbolt, limiting weapon of Anunnaki gods. And there's another god as well that we know of. And it's funny that's in Tibet too, isn't it? Because there's another meme about Tibet I'll get into here in a minute, which is extremely intriguing. So this is it here. I'll zoom in on it. It's kind of hard to make sense of it. I have the actual picture of it on my phone in the Louvre. But that's it there. So there he is running around, and he's got this strange world snake, which is probably, honestly, your Gamunder at some point, right? That's fucking, you know, where that came from. Here it is in a Mesopotamian cylinder seal. But anyway, there he is just running around with this Vajra in his hand, this device that the gods would use as a weapon at times to hurl lightning bolts, like Zeus, who'd be the equivalent here, would use it to throw lightning bolts and shit. And then there, again, fuck, I gotta zoom back out for Christ's sake. Bear with me now, y'all. Hold on now. There we go. There is a depiction of it there. Right there. So there's one of them right there. And that's what was on Elon's bedside table. I'll mention the interesting connection to Tibet, although, it's kind of a schizo one. But Daz, wherever the fucking video went, right there, Daz and his team did a remote viewing session on that object, actually, inadvertently. And they got that object had something to do, it was worshipped in the past, and it's something to do with the gods. And that at some point in time, the object, at least the one on Elon's bedside table, was an ancient artifact that came from these pre-dynastic times and was used to kind of manipulate things. It was a weapon of sorts, but it was also used to manipulate things. And it was kind of similarly described in this video. Now, they didn't outright have it like building the pyramids, but it was some kind of a device that was used to manipulate matter. Now, I mean, looking at this now, like that's just like some weird ceremonial. That's how we look at it, at least. But this is the thing, and this is a bit of a schizo idea. But it's an idea that Graham Hancock's brought up before too. But depending upon who these people were from this ancient advanced civilization, I mean, how advanced were they? And was their technology almost indiscernible? Or sorry, would we have been able to discern it as technology? Like, how advanced was it? What the fuck were they using? Like, what is this shit? Anyway, I mentioned that this is in Tibet, this little ceremonial Vajra here. There might even be like a real one, like an old one. I was going over this meme. I think I brought this up. I don't know if I did or not. I did cover this briefly on stream a week or two ago. But there was a document that showed up recently on another legitimately schizo site. And the document supposedly was from a Russian archive that dated back to, the 1930s. And there was an intel officer in Russia, well, the Soviet Union, I guess, back then. And he had been sent to go and try and retrieve some of these ancient artifacts. So this is like the late 1920s, early 1930s. So like Hitler was at that time, well, it would have been a little bit later than that, but the Nazis went out and looked for these artifacts too, right? Like the Spear of Destiny, X, Y, and Z ancient artifacts listed across the globe, like in the Bible. Oh my God, my brain. Anyway, we'll just continue along this thread here so I can stay focused. Anyway, this gentleman supposedly was involved in going to an expedition to Tibet. And in Tibet, this guy supposedly was shown by these Tibetan priests all of these artifacts that they had from this ancient civilization that had gone extinct. And the other thing that they learned as well, supposedly, was that these people weren't from Earth. They'd come from somewhere else. And that they had something to do with, they were involved with cycles of catastrophe as well. And then it went on about every 3,600 years there's a catastrophe. And I got a little bit suspicious. I said, oh, okay, hold the fuck on here. I was like, I'd gone through everything there is to know about this. And it turned out to be, there was a Russian general who wrote a book about this. And he had started conflating Zecharia Sitchin's stuff with Nibiru with some of these stories. But, so that part wasn't true about the 3,600 year cycles and the planet coming back, killing everybody. But the story supposedly about this guy, I could pull his name up actually for anyone that's curious. I should really. I think I will in a minute. This guy supposedly did go on this expedition and did go to Tibet, and they did show him this stuff. And they ended up executing him, I think in the late 1920s, early 1930s. But he had told the Soviets at this time everything he had learned and, where all this stuff was in Tibet and that they're keeping this stuff for this next cycle. So I tried a few of those remote viewing targets. The first 2 I got completely wrong, but for the third I viewed something rather curious. A very large bird engaging in a relationship with a Canadian man. Oh my God, brother. Fuck. You've got the ability. You've got the gift. Yeah. There you fucking go. Anyway, just give me a second here. I'll actually, I'll see if I can pull this up just for anyone that's curious about this. I don't know when the fuck. Oh God, we're going back a while here now. Yobai in feudal Japan. I'm going through all of these conversations because I use it so fucking frequently, man. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh God. It might be a bit of digging. Anyway. Oh, it's here, right here. Yeah, I found it. This is it here. Right here. This is the dude. He's a real dude. What was his name? Yakov Blumkin. Blumkin. Yeah, his name is Blumkin. Unfortunately. Yakov, I'd be real careful typing this in fucking Google image search here. We're not going to do that for the sake of the stream. Yakov Blumkin. Real dude, Russian revolutionary and spy. He was a real guy. And, yeah, deemed a terrorist. I wonder if it'll talk about this meme about Tibet. I wonder if it'll mention it. Yeah, he was supposedly the secret representative of the GPU in Mongolia, where he ruled for some time as a virtual dictator and occasionally traveled on missions in China, Tibet, and India until he was recalled to Moscow because the local communist leadership was tired of his reign of terror and they executed him. But when he was in Tibet, he found this repository of ancient knowledge there by the priests, by the monks. So, yeah, no Blumkins for me, fuck. But this is a real guy. And I mean, I went through the claims and they're pretty crazy. But they speak of this thing, this Vajra too, I believe. Which is just really interesting. And it's just one of those interesting connections where, you know, what the fuck does it all mean at the end of the day? But for anybody that's interested, yeah, that's his name. And what was the guy's book's name? The name of his book. Oh my fuck. It went deep on this. But anyway, crazy shit. Yeah, the Vajra giant tongs. So this is it here. I'll just mention it quickly. He was arrested in 1929 for espionage during their interrogation in late October 1929. Blumkin recounted fantastic details about discoveries made on a 1925 mission to Tibet. In his October 30th, 1929 interrogation protocol, Blumkin described being taken by Tibetan lamas with a 13th Dalai Lama's sanction into underground halls to see ancient weapons of the gods, advanced artifacts preserved on Earth since 15 to 20,000 years BC. He claimed these devices are remnants of lost civilizations stored in secret vaults and had extraordinary capabilities. So this document supposedly does exist, but it's still in these Russian archives. And at the fall of the Soviet Union, this guy who wrote this book, who was in a position to possibly do this, got this document, or at least had read it, and recounted the story here, but this is still locked up somewhere. So they still don't have access to it. But anyway, it is based, there is some stuff around this that is interesting. Yeah, a tool to melt precious metals at extremely high temperatures. Said if gold is heated at 6,000 degrees, sun's temperature flashes into a powder. After 70 seconds, the gold powder was allegedly used to levitate heavy stone platforms by greatly reducing their weight, to cure incurable diseases, and was even consumed by ancient leaders to prolong life. And, you know, maybe for other purposes as well. The gold powder, Sitchin was convinced that they used this gold powder ultimately on their planet, which, I mean, the Anunnaki's planet, which is way out there. Another thing, a Shaduzi bell, a device that could temporarily blind or panic entire armies. According to Blumkin, it worked by emitting electromagnetic waves at frequencies imperceptible to the human ear, but which directly affect the brain. He noted that with its help, the Indian hero Arjuna won great battles by throwing enemies into panic. Blumkin admitted he had only seen the device in the Lhasa underground halls, but a Tibetan council member explained their technical characteristics to him. He shared the information of these artifacts with a German military intelligence agent as well. So interesting. He talked about the Antarctic. In addition to the Tibetan artifacts, he divulged knowledge of a third ancient weapon supposedly found under the Antarctic ice, was dated to 8 to 10,000 years BC, in a subterranean city beneath the ice in Queen Maud Land, Antarctica. Crazy shit, huh? Anyway, it's an old story. Goes back almost 100 years now. So pretty crazy shit. But I mean, for the most part, the claims about Nibiru and all that stuff are, because he mentions Nibiru by name. No, it's horseshit. No, it's Sitchin. That wasn't until the late 70s, mid to late 70s. So it was conflation there at least. But potentially, if we're getting to like Wu, which we're talking about anyway with remote viewing, and the Vajra, which these guys remote viewed recently, it was involved in this kind of levitation with stones. But Elon Musk supposedly owns one, so go talk to Elon. He has it on his bedside. Whether it's a replica or a real one, who knows? But supposedly he has one, and that's what they used. But they used a gold dust to do this, is what he claims was. I just remembered this. I remember reading through this and being like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know how that would make sense. I wonder if you asked it, like, could you realistically, I'll just butcher that, use gold dust to levitate something? Oh, fuck it, you'll figure it out. I don't know if it'd even be possible to do something like that. No, not in a scientifically validated way. Yeah, the claim in the book says vaporized gold could levitate massive stones. Gold vaporizes at 2,800 degrees, not 6,000. Vaporizing gold turns into a gas. There you go. There's no evidence any form of gold dust reduces mass. Gold dust, like the wrestler. No physical mechanisms exist. Interesting, okay. Anyway, yeah, that's fucking it there. But back to this, what we were getting this thing to research. Remote viewing the pyramids of Giza, a comprehensive survey. Has anybody actually ever seen any structures underneath them? That's what we want to know. Interesting. We don't need a history on this, but they're early experiments, okay? Let's see here. Let's see. So one of SRI's leading remote viewers traveled to Egypt in 1973 with a small team. Their goal was to use psi abilities to locate hidden structures beneath or around the Great Pyramid of the Sphinx. He reported sensing underground tunnels and chambers during his Giza foray. At the same time, independent scientific searches were underway. Interesting. Okay, Swan's psychic impressions would soon be tested against real data. Hall of Records investigation. Giza effort ramped up with support from Association for Research and Enlightenment. Let's see here. Physicist Dr. Lambert Dolphin of SRI led a team to Giza in 1977, armed with ground penetrating radar. Swan identified tunnels and rooms under the pyramids as well as the Sphinx. Dolphin's field team conducted geophysical surveys. They did detect anomalous voids in the rock, but did they get any kind of, to this day, no Hall records has been found. Okay. They didn't get any massive structures. Yeah. Oh, isn't it? Oh, that was McMahon Eagle. Yeah. The giant people on Mars. Yeah. Very tall, thin people on Mars. Yeah. Which, who got that? Dan Smith got that too, I think, in Egypt. That the people, the group that was guiding the natives there to move these stones in place were these very tall people that were not local. They were more white-skinned, he said, which is, oh God, you need to be careful with that. Fantastic narratives. Yeah, okay. So has anybody ever done this? Joe McMahon Eagle's pyramid construction sessions. No aliens or lost in Atlantis technology were involved. He saw Egyptians themselves employing a clever engineering method involving water. Interesting. The builders flooded the Giza plateau in a controlled way. He claimed they could raise and lower the water level, but that doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't raise it up that high to the fucking... McMonagall explicitly rejected any need for extraterrestrial intervention. Interesting. I didn't know that, actually. Interesting, though. Inga Swan's pyramid session. So, I mean, that's at the end of the day. Fuck you. So they're all getting different shit. Unfortunately. Yeah. Holy shit. What a fucking meme. Second. God damn. Dame Safari saying, okay, so nobody's really fucking gotten like anything else on this. Okay. Oh, Daz Smith's Hall of Records group. That's what we were just watching right now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thanks for coming around, man. Yeah. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Goddamn. Yeah. All right. Victor Magnus and Fringe Remote Viewing. Fringe Remote. I mean, no, it's all fucking kind of fringe. Oh, look at that. Wow, look at this table it did. That's fucking crazy, huh? Holy shit. Very fucking interesting, yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm kind of on a sidetrack here a little bit on this. I just kind of wanted to go take a look and see. Draw to the enigma of the pyramids of Giza for over 50 years. The sessions have produced a colorful tapestry of claims. The conclusion, ultimately, yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah. Some contradictory findings, essentially, which again is kind of like the problem with this, that we don't know with complete conviction on any of this, yeah. The legend of structures beneath the pyramid lives on at the intersection of mystery and imagination. Remote viewers have added their own chapter to that legend. Some sincere, some fantastical. Their accounts, richly detailed and often supported by sketches or transcripts, provide an alternate history of Giza that fascinates many in the public. Yet as of today, these accounts must be regarded with caution. Well, yeah, we know. They don't need to fucking tell us that, for Christ's sake, yeah. Oh my God, anyway. Holy fucking Christ, yeah. What a fucking meme. Anyway. Yeah, well, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. I did pull this up too. Some other shit that I had that I pulled up. We were talking about this guy the other day at Karen Tepe, the guy with his dick out. It was interesting that I didn't know they measured him. He's 7'6" tall. He's a big, tall guy. It's interesting. Very funny. Anyway, I thought I'd just pull that up. StargateVoyager.com. 3 major discoveries on Earth at Karen Tepe. This is back in 2023. Yeah. Oh my fuck. Wouldn't that be crazy to have in your fucking house? Yeah. You walk into your house and that's the first thing that you're fucking greeted with is some 7'6" tall guy with his fucking penis hanging out. You're like, what in the fuck? And you tell the story of where you found him. Right? Holy shit. Oh, he was falling over too. They uprighted him. Interesting. Anyway, I thought I'd just pull that up. Thought that was kind of a fucking meme, honestly. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Oh, that's Randall talking about cycles and shit like that. But, yeah, fuck me, yeah. Oh, God damn it, yeah. Well, I think, honestly, guys, I probably will call this early tonight, too, just because my voice is still fried, and I want to come back tomorrow night, and I still want to keep going, so I might just pack it in early. We kind of gone over, I had everything up around this, and on this, and we kind of gone over pretty much all of it, so memes aside, but listen, thanks for coming around again, guys. Hopefully you've enjoyed the memes at least. You know, until more memes come out about the pyramid things, I don't know, probably we'll just keep following it and keep going from there. And anyway, I'm hoping that my voice continues to come back, although it has been struggling slightly. Again, I don't know if it's only 9:40, but it is what it is. But yeah, listen, I don't fucking know. Big memes. It's very interesting. It's very intriguing. I've been looking forward to the paper when he puts it out. So yeah, enjoy slop the pyramid shaped receptacle, man. Yeah, literally, holy fuck. Like, it's just fucking endless. But yeah, listen, until tomorrow, guys, stay safe, take care, and we'll talk to you then. Peace.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted Earth's magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.